Whee! Oh yeah. What's going on? Okay. What's up, dudes? How's everybody doing? Bonus content night. My boys are opening up Pokemon cards. Say hello to them, please. Hello, friends. Just remember, opening Pokemon cards can be very addictive. The number one best cards to get, if you want to look at this as a long-term investment, which I'm sure as little kids you're always thinking about, is you want Pikachu, you want Charizard, you want Mew, you want Mewtwo, and you want Gengar. And then maybe like Dragonite and Rayquaza. And remember, the number one thing to determine a Pokemon card's value over the long term is scarcity. And what I mean by scarcity is like how rare it is. And I don't just mean normal rare ones that you get from like, the sets or whatever, because those can fluctuate at any moment. But like, remember like that Poncho Pikachu where he's like wearing a poncho? Anyways, you get the idea. And then you got to get them graded. But, PSA sucks. It seems like Tag is like starting to pop off. So maybe go with Tag if you get them graded at all. Anyways, good to see everyone. We got bonus content tonight from Mr. Sam Riding. This is episode 3 of Cops, The Lost Tapes, Numero Trace. Thick Pikachu, best Pikachu. The 30th anniversary is going to have a lot of thick Pikachus. I promise you. Keep an eye out for them. I'm back as the same person who asked for a shout out the last time. She loves your stuff. We listen together. She likes your number one fan. Thank you, Nyan Nyan Cat. Hope everyone's getting snuggled into bed, ready for life. Oh, you like Oddish. See, it's so interesting. Everybody has their favorite. Cassandra, what's your kid's favorites Pokemans? Long-time writer, first-time listener. Nice. What you been writing lately? But yeah, for anybody new, we're just kicking. Oh yeah, I gotta set the chat to live chat. Sorry if I missed anybody's message there. Let's scout Pal World. I mean, you can get into it. I don't know. There's all sorts of ways to get pulled into these high-risk investments, But you have to understand that there are like whales out there. There are like don't be surprised if you come to find out that like JP Morgan has a warehouse full of like sealed product deep underground in like Minnesota next to a data center, solely just to like inflate the value of something, then sell it off before it all falls off for a little bit. Did I get the Krispy Kreme? I did not. I saw it. I don't even know if there is a Krispy Kreme around here. I just discovered this show. I'm really enjoying this every night. Thank you, Zelda. Can you tell us a Zelda fact that we might not know? There was some sort of Pokemon thing going on at Krispy Kreme. Perfect for the diabetes. I'm at a hotel playing Apex leggings in the lobby right now. That's crazy. Dude, Apex, isn't that like over it? That's what's so wild about these live service games. Like a decade-old game is still going so strong, which I, admire. That people can still be into it. It's just crazy. I saw a lot, dude, remember I was talking about War Dogs? Do you guys remember that? I was talking about War Dogs, and now it seems like all the streamers, the major streamers are playing the War Dogs beta, or whatever it is, the beta weekend. So I'm pretty excited about that. I hope War Dogs takes off. I hope, honestly, Hell Let Loose is sick. I hope that takes off. I saw there's another game called, like, It was from the Verdun, people who made Verdun. What's it called? Gallipoli? Gallipoli. It's like a World War I shooter. Looks good. Genuinely looks pretty good. Your princess is not here. She's in another castle. Get her back here. Go get her. I'm more of a Bakugan lover, but I like Pokemon too and Digimon. Nice. I collect the Beanie Babies as a kid. Does that count? Some of them go for quite a bit if you want to sell them, but, you know, I guess if we're collecting, there's a reason for it. The reason for collecting collectibles, in my opinion, is so that when you pass away, your drug-addicted grandkids can have something to sell for crack. And that's on God, baby. What's up, Karis? Pal World only became big because of the whole Pokemon lawsuit, and of course Scalper Bizarre lucky to get 2 boxes, but only one of the starters of the Pal World. Yeah, I don't even know. I'm only into the Pokemon stuff just because it's like I was into it as a kid and the nostalgia growing up with it, all that kind of crap. But you know, if someone wants to get into it, I say go for it. Crack? Question mark. Hello all. Hope all's well. Sunday, say hello to Pradeep for me. I shall. He's doing good. Pradeep is 12 years old. Also, I didn't realize it, but like, I started this channel August, I think, 16th, 2014, and we just hit our 12-year anniversary. I didn't even realize it the other day. What day of the week would it have been? The 16th would have been a Sunday. Oh yeah, so like last Sunday was like, probably should have celebrated the channel's 12th anniversary. What's up, Cosmic Cats? Crack will be going on trees by then, hopefully. Hopefully the CIA comes up with something to satisfy all of our needs. But guys, thanks for being here. Once again, it's bonus content, so if anybody donates a gifted membership, make sure you turn those on, which you can do it down in the little dollar area thing. You can turn your gifting acceptance on. But any gifters tonight, I will match it, so everybody gets to listen to these awesome stories from Sam Riding. I'll be sure to leave Sam's stuff, all of his links in the video. We'll get that up hopefully by at least Thursday this week, just because my editor is on a bit of a, I think, a little bit of an anniversary of their own. I've been listening to Substance 2019. Thank you, Skelly. Good to see you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for everything. Seriously, this is a pretty surreal existence I get to partake in. So, do I collect anything? Yes, Pokemans, cards. I've been played a dozen of TCG, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, every DBZ card game, My Little Pony, Mega Man, Duel Masters, Yu Yu Hakusho. So much dead cardboard I have. It's amazing. It's gonna matter in the future after the bombs drop. I listen to you every day, all day at work. I'm a painter. I find myself looking at my shoulder at times. That's awesome. You should just paint in the dark and see what happens. Egg. Egg? What's up, Frost? Hey, Joe, been looking forward to the stream all day. I live in St. Lucia. That's off limits for me. I'd love to become a member. I tried multiple times. That's weird. I don't know why it's like strange for some people. My channel's going through puberty. It is. It's getting hair on its butt. Would you say your vocabulary has significantly expanded over the 12 years doing Let's Read? I would say it's a little bit. Like, honestly, these kind of fictional stories are where I like grow the most, I would say, as far as my like understanding of things. Just because it's not to say that people who submit stories don't have some degree of expansive vocabulary. It's just like obviously it's not like listening to or reading Heinlein or something like that, you know what I mean? Sarah, thank you for the 38 months. Honestly, been listening since 2017, 2018. Thank you, Sarah. I really appreciate you. Also, this song's kind of sweet. Dude, I fucking love drum and bass. I know it's like, to some people it just sounds stupid, but like there's just so much more to it. If you really look between the cracks, look between the butt cracks, you'll find the nuance. When I worked at the junkyard, I would be outside doing inventory on the junk cars and listen to a large compilation of your stories. Thank you. That's awesome. Did you have a junkyard dog? Were you told you have a voice for this, or like broadcast you must have, or did you just know? I honestly never knew. I really didn't. Maybe it was destiny. The streamer. And his 6.2-inch wiener. Can't remember when I discovered you, but I do know you have a make household chores and working for much more enjoyable. I'm glad I can be with you guys during the mundane, during the boring. Let's Read World Tour. You know, maybe at some point. I've definitely got it into my head that I'm going to go someplace for like 2 months and record there and just do it, you know what I mean? I might not be live streaming during that period of time since it might be kind of complicated, but now that I have someone assisting me with editing, I can just get the recordings done, send them off in like a zip file, and just be on my way with existing, because I feel like I have not explored reality as much as I'd like. I wanted to share a story with you. I was visiting my first Five Below store yesterday, and my sister-in-law and I pretended to get into a fight in front of the young man working in front. The look. Perfect that you're streaming because it's storming outside. Yes, we timed it up. Anyone from Space Vids? Who's Space Vids? Never heard of him. Happy Sunday, party people. It seems like Sunday gets... Oh, the one true story is about outer space. Or something like that. I don't know. Rick Campbell, thank you for the big 20. Says, I'm at the campsite. Time for relaxing listens. Thanks for what you do. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you, bro. I'm glad you can get away and enjoy the outdoors. I was on a hike the other day and I like low-key forgot how beautiful nature is. I know that sounds so stupid, but I don't know. I used to trail run, like long distances trail run for like years. And then once I started working out inside, I just like got a little disconnected from nature. And I think it genuinely does make people a little bit crazy if they can't get outside and smell the green, you know? How long have I had an editor? It's just been a couple of weeks. You can see the difference in the videos. We're still like, still figuring things out as far as audio goes. You know, it's pretty much the same as the compilations as far as audio quality or like the podcast. So if there's anything in there that you feel like needs a little bit of a change audio-wise, like I'm going to tell them to reel back the rain sounds a little bit, because it sounds like a lot of the rain sounds kind of crackly. It sounds a little bit harsh, if that makes sense. Space Vids was a YouTube channel from years ago. And they recommended my channel or something like that? Or did we do a collab? I don't even remember. You said you match gift memberships, right? I would, yes, and I hope someone can keep... If anybody is bored, if we do get gifted ones tonight, please keep track for me just so I can do them in one large lump right at the end. I mean, at the very least, we'll do guaranteed 20. All right, guys, here we go. Cops, The Lost Tapes, number 3. And for some reason, my cat decided at this point. He's in like a Jersey Mike's bag. Yeah. He just decides to crawl through it at this exact moment. Are you matched up anyway with Mr. Ballin? I worked with them for a little bit, but sadly the show we didn't work out, you know, with stuff. But Nick Strix, thank you for the 10 gifters. Thank you, bro. Thank you. But I saw Mr. Ballin, dude, he's popping off, man. He was on the Y-Files. He's on Joe Rogan. I saw him, like, a bunch of comments on his Instagram, like him getting shit for being on Joe Rogan. But it's like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, why do people give a shit like, I get it. Like, people might not agree with whatever, like, every 10,000 guests that are on Joe Rogan. Like, sure. But it's pretty obvious if you look at the context. Like, it's specifically to promo his show, right? I don't think he espoused any particular, like, stance on anything. And he literally just told stories about, like, either his experiences in the military or creepy bullshit that happened that he's researched with, you know, his team. And so it's just like this idea that you need every fucking creator that you watch to be like your little clone of your brain, you know, is just like this, I don't know. It's an ecosystem, you know what I mean? Like, it's just ridiculous to think that. Anyways, I'm happy for him, bro. I hope he doesn't burn out. He's been doing a lot of short... Oh, yeah, he's going hard. And that's the thing within the content creation space. If you're popping off, you kind of have to go hard. You got to, like, jump on the train while it's still on the tracks, you know? And ride that shit till it fucking derails into an Indian village. And also, like, what the... Like, Mr. Ballen's a fucking Navy SEAL. Like, what do you... Like, do you want him to have the same politics? Like, do you honestly expect a Navy SEAL to have the same perspective and politics as, like, a 19-year-old UC Berkeley fucking, you know, women's sciences major? Like, what the fuck do you actually think is going to go through a Navy? Like, just get the fuck out of here. Like, what? Wendigoon, yeah, man. Same sort of thing. Wendigoon gets a bunch of shit for, like, just existing in, like, Appalachia, you know? Appalachia. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's this weird fine line I noticed, like, where you can get so much love, right, within the realm of, like, the internet entertainment space, and then it's almost like you ride that fine line, and then you're paying for it in dividends the opposite way eventually, where people just, like, have the innate desire to hate on things, which is understandable. I'm that way too, you know what I mean? Or, like, you know, like that Indy Navarrete girl, like, she does, everybody's on her wiener for Obsession, did a great job, obviously, but then, like, her going on, you know, or becoming the next Rogue in X-Men, somehow it's like, that's, I don't know. I guess everybody just wants to find anything to be upset about, and that's fine. That's your right as a consumer, but just understand that you're still a consumer. You have no say over people's lives. I'm glad to see David Paulides on there too. It gives them more visibility. Not everyone likes who they got to do interview. Yeah, it's what I mean. You're gonna get like 10 trillion different things in these sort of like random guest podcasts, you know, and you're not always going to like it. Like, I personally sometimes think that Joe Rogan probably is compromised by something, you know, to push a particular narrative, blah, blah, blah. But on those, like, really generic episodes where there's really nothing to gain politically, like a Mr. Ballen guest appearance, like, if it's propping up his, you know, business, I think that's a positive, right? Nothing really. Mr. Ballen Banhammer is just another Navy SEAL. Be scared, very scared. What's the Banhammer? What do you mean? Amid the sepulchral silence of the Library of Lost Tapes, the faceless man wanders the rows once again. Endless iron shelves house endless VHS boxes, each containing an unlabeled videotape. Yet just as the man pauses and brings a long, pale finger up to one of the boxes, something great and terrible issues a guttural grunt from the darkness above him. The faceless man lowers his finger, listening as the thing above him slithers away. Among the endless maze of shelves, the faceless man follows the slithering with an eerie calm, always knowing which turn to take, always staying within earshot of the great and terrible thing, until it stops and issues another guttural grunt from the darkness above him. The faceless man stops, peering up into the darkness, then hears a deep whimper as his finger reaches for the correct box. Upon returning to the featureless room containing the large vintage television set, the faceless man pushes the videotape into the attached cassette player. It emits a soft hum of activity, spooling the tape as the man closes its box with a snap. Then, after he sits down in the brown leather wingback nearby, the old box television flashes into life. A series of bright white letters emerge from the darkness, accompanied by a gruff but commanding voice. Due to the graphic nature of this program, viewer discretion is advised. The screen then burst into life with clip after clip of police officers in action, all set to the rhythmic reggae chanting of bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?" Soulful, syncopated rhythms accompany images of officers in increasingly wild situations before that same authoritative voice is heard once more. Cops is shot on location with the men and women of law enforcement. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. A flashing Cops logo then fades into a black background before the screen displays a single police interceptor sitting idle at the side of a lamp-lit highway in the dead of night. A caption reads, "Lincoln County, Nevada," as the driver begins to speak. "Working nights can be tough," a hard-faced, mustachioed officer says. He wears his dark hair cropped, and while his eyes usually stay hidden behind a pair of second-hand Oakleys, tonight the camera shows they are a deep shade of blue. "You get a fewer distractions, and it's way easier in terms of speed enforcement, but the fatigue hits hard sometimes. Then there's all the impaired drivers or the critters that come darting out in front of you out of nowhere. They'll wake you up better than a strong cup of coffee." Officer Ray Keller, the caption reads. On the upside, you get to see some really pretty sunrises, and it's nice knowing that you're helping keep the folks. Helping to keep the folks. You're helping to keep the folks safe. Who's handing out Oakleys? Smokeleys. I've seen more and more storytellers start using AI to put out more content. Please don't. You're fantastic already. Yeah, I don't. So you're good, buddy. What's up, Destiny? Keep it to Mario. On the upside, you get to see some pretty sunset. Fuck. Oh, on the upside, you get to see some really pretty sunrises. I mean, it's nice knowing you're helping keep folks safe out there on the overnight hauls. Yet before Officer Keller can issue another word, a bright white Toyota Corolla suddenly zooms past his patrol car at frightening speeds. The speeding vehicle grabs Keller's attention as it passes. "Just what the hell are you thinking, buddy?" he resignedly mutters before shifting into gear and turning on his lights and sirens. He then steers out into the highway to begin his pursuit. "Dispatch, this is Lincoln 3-2. Keller adopts a calm, almost mechanical cadence. "I'm eastbound on Highway 375, about 2 miles west of Rachel. I got a white Toyota Corolla, no plate visible from the rear, doing 95 and a 65. I'm activating lights and siren, attempting to initiate a traffic stop." "Lincoln 3-2, copy that." The dispatcher's voice crackles back over the radio. "Proceed with stop. Advise when you have him slowed or stopped." "Dispatch, he's not yielding. Now accelerating eastbound on 375 past the Rachel turnoff. Speed now 110. Single occupant. Appears male, dark clothing. Requesting spike strips so we can get them set up further east." "Copy that, 3-2. Pursuit continuing eastbound 375. Units advised." Keller maintains a steady distance between himself and the fleeing vehicle, and for a while, it seems as if the situation might well evolve into a multi-vehicle high-speed chase. But then suddenly, the white Corolla's right turn indicator begins flashing as the car itself begins to slow down. "Dispatch, white Toyota slowing," Keller says. "He's pulling over to the right shoulder just east of the Rachel Junction. Pursuit is terminated. Stand by for plate and driver info." Keller shadows the Corolla as it drifts over to the side of the highway, stopping about 20 feet behind as its brake lights glow red. "Dispatch, I'm soon to be out with the vehicle. I got one occupant, appears compliant." 10-6 on the stop. Copy Lincoln 3-2. You're 10-6. Let us know if you need a 28 or backup. Keller places his radio mic back into the cradle, and after turning off his vehicle's engine, he unbuckles his seatbelt. Yet as he does so, he shoots a sudden look of confusion toward the cameraman sitting in his passenger seat. You say something? Keller asks. Who, me? No. The cameraman replies softly. Oh, I could have sworn I... Keller cuts himself off. Never mind. You good to go with that thing? Off screen, the cameraman nods. All right, let's go. Keller steps out of the vehicle with the cameraman close behind. Then after approaching the Corolla's driver's side window, he knocks on the glass. A nervous-looking Caucasian man looks back at him through large gold-rimmed glasses. He has receding blonde hair and a bald patch, but a long flowing ponytail. Evening, sir, Keller says. License, registration, proof of insurance, please. Do you know why I stopped you tonight? Was I speeding? The man says nervously. I'm sorry, officer. I guess I missed the sign or something. Yeah, I guess you did, Keller replies sternly. You were doing 95 in a 65 zone for a few miles. And in future, and you see lights, you pull over right away, you get it? I got it. Good. Is this your vehicle? Yeah, it's mine, the man replies. Registration's in the glove box. Here. Keller takes the man's paperwork, silently inspects it, then returns it. All right, Steve Allen. You got any weapons in the car I should know about, sir? No, nothing like that, the man replied with visible anxiety. You seem a little nervous there, sir. Everything okay? Yeah, sure. Everything's just fine, officer, the man says, forcing a pained grin. Officer Keller stays quiet for just a beat too long, then returns his own much more relaxed smile. Well, okay then. Now, where are you heading tonight? Nowhere, the man replies. Just, passing through, you know? Keller's tone drops back down from a friendly, Hey, Cheryl Stone, thank you for the welcome to the Buttersauce Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Your cop voice is usually Fargo related. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? You know you're not supposed to be doing crime, right? My whereabouts, the state police just pit everyone who won't pull over, totaling their car in the process. What are they, instead of what, spike strips? I haven't attended many lives, gotta say. You seem like the most fun, this live show. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. How were the views on Thursday's Spooky Stories upload? It was good. It was good. People like the ghost stuff, so. Am I AI? Who knows? Maybe we all are. Maybe we're just in a scrimulation. I nearly cut my thumb off with a saw at work. Last Friday I had an operation to repair a completely severed tendon, and just the other day I had to go to the hospital again as a severely infected. Oh my god, Jamie, I'm sorry about that, bro. That sounds like a pain in the ass. And high risk of sepsis. I have a follow-up appointment in the morning, so I'm hoping everything's okay. I don't want to lose my thumb or worse. Yeah, definitely take whatever antibiotics they got for you and just make sure you follow up with everything. That shit can get real serious really quick. Keller's tone drops back down from friendly to stern. Sir, I'm going to be honest with you. I believe you're acting suspiciously, and that gives me probable cause to commence a search of the vehicle. Wait, what? But why? I told you, sir, Keller replies. I got a strong suspicion there's something in this vehicle you'd rather I not find. So if you don't mind, I'd like to start with the trunk. The trunk? The man replies. There's nothing in there. I swear, officer. Sir, please, Keller says. I'm not going to ask you again. Officer, I'm begging you, just give me a ticket and let me know. Let me go. The man says, becoming more and more anxious as he speaks. Just, please, don't open that trunk. Officer Keller doesn't hesitate. Step out of the vehicle for me, sir, he says as he backs away from the driver's door. And keep your hands where I can see them. The man begins to panic. Officer, please. His voice begins to crack as he begs. Please don't do this. Out of the car, now! Keller commands, placing a hand on his service weapon. All right. The man says. He continues to plead as he steps out of his vehicle. Got a brain MRI today after multiple EEGs to figure out why I started having seizures a few months ago. Follow-up was next week. Wish me luck. Damn, I'm sorry about that. Seizures are scary. I do hope things go well for you. Just get co-pilot to replace me for all the worth of my knowledge, and people don't pay attention to what I say. What are you telling people? Hey, Heaven, thank you. Sorry about that. Do you ever use a weird voice to narrate Pradeep's life from his perspective? Yeah. It's kind of a bit of a pervert voice. Damn, hope your thumb heals up nicely. It's the worst fear since I work with saws, and my saws don't have those heat sensors that lock up and... Yeah, that shit's scary, man. Not paying attention for half a second, all of a sudden it's like... I don't know. I feel like there's got to be something at this point where all of those particular saws have to be like mandatory heat sensors or something. Where do I get all my stories? They're all submitted over on Let's Read Submissions at gmail.com. So please do send them in. Technical specifications, best practice of the system I admin. Oh, okay. Have you been being nicer to your Dunkin' workers? No. I went today, and it's just every time it's like, got a question for you. I'm not mean to them. Listen, I'm not mean. I'm not a mean guy. But I've been going to Dunkin' Donuts for like 20 years. And when you go in there, or really any place, for the most part, you order your thing, and you pay your money, and you get the thing. Why, all of a sudden, now, whenever you use a card to tap to pay or whatever, that it asks you, do you want to tip 9,000%? Or it's going to ask you a question, and they have to, like, look away, like you have to whip out your dick and fucking piss in a cup or something like that. You know what I mean? And then it's just like some kid who's just going to stare at you and be like, because I think they look at it right after, and you can tell their body language, like, visibly changes when they see that you don't give them more money. And it's just like, to me, I'm just like, that's like, listen, I know it's the corporation. I'm not dumb. I'm not blaming the fucking, 20-year-old worker that works at Dunkin' Donuts. But if somehow this message can reach the head of CEO of Dunkin' Donuts or all those dumb fucking places that have added it's going to ask you a question bullshit when you go through a drive-through, I implore you to get the fuck rid of that stupid thing, because all it's going to do is create like animosity between your customer base and your employees. Because if I don't already have my drink in my hand and I give them a 0% tip, which is because I mean, if I'm being charged more for the drink that I was charged 1 year ago because of inflation, then logically speaking, why the fuck are we also like tipping? It just doesn't make sense. So you're getting screwed in both ways. So it's, I have no reason to believe that they would spit in my shit in the downtime between me not tipping and them getting my drink. But it's creating a dynamic that makes me not want to go to these places, and I think you're just like hurting your shit long term. Welcome to my TED Talk. I've been a loyal customer for 20 years. In the Karen voice. Well, what the fuck? I know. But I mean, logically speaking, like, there's like, why are they trying to like switch Dunkin' Donuts over to like tipping culture? Like it's a fucking frat latte house, or it's like a bartender. Like it's a fucking goy slop factory. Like, it's just give it to me and don't charge me any more of my soul that you're not poisoning me with already. You only tip your nail tech. That's all you should tip. It's the only people in the world that deserve a tip is a nail tech. Little Caesars started asking for tips in the drive-thru for a moment. Little Caesars, like, it's a fucking pizza. Make the pizza, give me pizza, I give you $5. It's so straightforward. I know I said this before, but I think your stories are written very well. Do you rewrite them in your own words? No, I mean, sometimes like the editors will put them through some light reading and light editing, but the people that dig through the email to find them. I hate tipping people, especially in Menchie's. Where's Menchie's? He continues to plead as he steps out of his vehicle, but Keller yells over him. Hands on the roof! You're being detained while I check this out. Take them off and you're going to be in the back of the patrol car in cuffs. Is that clear? Yes, sir, the man says in compliance. But please, not the trunk. Search the car, just not the trunk. Sir, please, just let me do my job, Keller says impatiently. The longer we... Keller stops dead in the middle of his sentence and turns to the cameraman. What do you mean, don't? I didn't say nothing. Comes a faint, confused voice from behind the camera. Keller's stare. They're getting paid to make a drink. I'm not paying extra for it. Well, it's a little bit ridiculous. Give me a goddamn overpriced goy slap and be on my way. Little Caesars is barely pizza, by the way. Only thing in with him. Yeah, I mean, if they're going to sit there and make the argument that they don't get paid enough, then just pay them more or something. Like, there's plenty of grocery stores or like random places around here that, pay pretty well to work at their like, entry level, quote unquote, style jobs that make, honestly, if you give someone a good ass job out of high school that has health insurance, pays them like over $20 an hour with the possibility of moving up over time, they will show loyalty and stick with you. Like, I know people around here who own bars, and to motivate their bartenders to stick around, manage the place, like be familiar with the regulars, go above and beyond, they give stake in the company to the person that works there. I'm not saying that that's what Dunkin' has to do, but you have to create an incentive structure to make people want to stick around, and you shouldn't place all of that onto the consumer, you know what I mean, through a process of like social guilt. Like, that shit just pisses me off, man. And then, for a fact, like, I like when I ask the employees, like, do you guys see all of the percentages of these tips? Like, I would rather whip out like actual cash and just give it to them so the fucking IRS doesn't like take even a cent of it. What I can't stand is paying a subscription for everything. Remember when we paid Microsoft Word and owned it? Yeah, I mean, that's the future. You'll own nothing and be happy about it. What's up, Anne-Marie? How we doing? More stories and voice less opinions. I don't want to, though. I'm going to read the stories. Guys, by the end of the video, I will have finished the stories. The full video will be out. The live streams are optional for you. Me saying the dumb shit that comes out of my mouth is like how I stay sane. It's how I stay sane. If you want to go listen to the stories individually, they're going to eventually become videos. And now there's thousands of stories of edited high quality value that are on the channel, that are on the podcast that you can participate in. I get it. People, but like JK, you come in the stream all the time. You know me, bro. You know how it goes. Read your little stories. They just want their monkey to dance for them. And I will dance. I'll get to the dance. Just imagine me. I'm in my monkey suit right now. I've got my cymbals. I'll get back to like slamming the cymbals back together. Yeah, we need mandatory schizo rants at every 5-minute interval. Otherwise, I piss myself. But it is weird when people complain about me like voicing my opinion in the live streams. It's like if you're looking for a solution, the solution is so obvious. It's just like there's other places that how is that not obvious? Tips were meant as an extra to servers who thought they went above and beyond now to wait for the owner or the taxman to cheap out. Yeah, I mean, and the fact that they still pay like servers, what, like 2 something, and then you, I don't know, bro. It just sucks. Come to the stream specifically for the rants. Yeah, you guys got to get me ranting more. You know what? Fuck the people that don't want me to talk. Get me ranting to the fullest extent. I want to rant myself into a jail cell. How about that? Let's do it. Read the words coming out of my mouth. A Jet Li reference. A Jet Li reference. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, anyways. Keller's stare drops from the cameraman to his lens for a second before he turns his head towards the driver, who by now has become party to the confusion. Jeez, Keller says. He rubs his eyes for a moment with a sigh, then returns to his work. He takes the Corolla's keys from its roof, then walks towards the trunk. But again, the driver protests and takes his hands from the vehicle's roof.
Officer, listen to me, What did I tell you?
Keller says.
Get your hands back on that damn roof!
The driver disregards the command for a moment and appears to approach the agitated officer. Yet suddenly, and without direction, the man stops pleading and goes quiet. He retreats to his previous position and places his hands on top of the car, where both the cameraman and Officer Keller can see them trembling.
Thank you, sir.
He retreats to his previous position, places his hands on top of the car where... Oh, like he's like it's gonna happen either way. Less rants and more woman voices. We need more woman voices in the narration community ASAP. I'm gonna change my voice, I think. I'll be the woman. Hello, everybody. I'm a girl. Just discovered your channel. I'm happy to listen to a human being. All the story channels, AI anymore. You go to. Thanks, bro. Yeah, it's tough, man. It is tough. I don't understand. Like and I just don't really expect any of those channels to really. I mean, maybe some of them will grow. Maybe some of the AI stuff will grow, but I just can't imagine. Like there's a degree of an audience rallying around an individual person, you know, that has weight to it, if that makes sense. And AI just doesn't carry that weight. I'm literally most here just to stay up past my bedtime to listen to the rant, so I riled up and angry at 11 p.m. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's get pissed. Let's all get peeved off about our perfect lives. Hello. Okay, I gotta get back to my reading my stories. Okay. He retreats to his previous position and places his hands on top of the car, where both the cameraman and Officer Keller can see them trembling.
Thank you, sir,
Keller says, lowering his tone. He then takes hold of his radio and thumbs the button.
Dispatch, this is Lincoln 3-2. I'm at the trunk of the stopped vehicle. Driver's secured. Going to open now.
The officer keeps one hand near his holster and uses the other to insert the key into the trunk lock on the older model Corolla's deck lid. He gives it a turn and hears the familiar click of the latch releasing. With a gloved hand, he lifts the trunk lid upward in one smooth motion. The hinges creak slightly from age and desert dust. The trunk light flickers on, casting a weak yellowish glow over the contents as the cameraman focuses his lens on it. Then, in an instant, both Keller and the cameraman freeze. Lying in the trunk of the white Corolla is the unclothed and motionless body of a man. His limbs are frail and stick-thin, with thin wraps of flesh around protruding bone. A thick plastic tube has been inserted into his belly, which swells and retracts with each of his breaths. Secured with gauze and medical tape, the tube runs into what appears to be a colostomy bag, the contents of which ripples with each new drop of liquefied waste. His skin is pallid and clammy, his bony fingers crowned with long, brittle-looking nails, yet his limbs and torso make up only a fraction of his overall mass. His face is small and pointed,
his eyes almost bulging from their sockets. But by far the moment... Baraska. How much toothpaste do you put on your toothbrush? Like a whole tube, or... Yeah. When I have negative opinions about women, what did I do? Good thing women have never had a negative opinion on a man, ever. That's never happened ever in the life of anybody. How would you have the negative opinions? Yeah, I know. I respect Waymans at all costs. And honestly, whatever they want to do, all day, every day, they can do it. And I support them in that. I'll put their socks on them. I'll tie their shoes. I'll high-five them. Just please don't strangle our kids to death when I'm at the grocery store. Hey Joel, at work, it's my break and I did find a job a week or so ago, so I should be okay. I think I'll make rent. Good, Joan, I'm glad. Alright, but by far the most remarkable and gasp-provoking aspect of the man's being is his skull. At first, one might be mistaken for confusing the man with an albino member of the Congolese An albino African? What the heck? What the herk? Just when you mentioned working with women when you were nursing, or how you think it's weird when a man changes in a relationship. Or how you think it's weird when a man changes in a relationship. What are you talking about? You mentioned working with women while you were nursing. Working with women when I was nursing was not fun. Like, I had plenty of, like, friends that were there, but it was, like, as, like, a dude, like, being outnumbered in, like, the workplace by women was, like... There was no loyalty in like a friendship dynamic. Like it was like no matter how much, if you had like a really nice day with one of my coworkers and like quite friendly, it was like there was no issue in their mind to like send your gossip to the other woman like later on. You know what I mean? If you opened up even like remotely, it's like that information is going to somebody else. Like there was like no true friendship in that process. But I don't really know what you mean, how it's weird when a man changes in a relationship. I don't know what you're referring to. And I can voice my opinion about what I subjectively experienced in a workplace. You can't tell me what I can and can't think about my experiences with like a particular group of people. Like it just doesn't, like, to sit there and then like immediately extrapolate that to like something that I can and can't say. It just doesn't make any sense, and it's not like giving any context of the thing that I said, you know. Joe, you play a damsel in distress voice too well. I am pretty good at it, you know. Joe, a country in Africa, Tanzania, has the most albinos in the world, surprisingly. That's pretty interesting. Working in a workplace with nurses is a nightmare. I have horrible stories. It was pretty bad. Pretty bad. Hence why I'm in this world. But by far the moment... What is this saying? But by far the moment remarkable... Okay, probably the most remarkable? The most. My Minecraft title said, Joel is neat yesterday. I took a screenshot. Nice, that's awesome. They're probably talking about me, I imagine. I took an organic chem. All nurses are bad. Joel's not excluded. I agree. Me being a nurse was an immediate indication that I'm of the evil sect of humankind. Joel, you're ignoring me. It's okay, I'll get over it. What'd you say? Orange is the New Black totally nails the female dynamic. I never saw that show, but yeah, it was pretty much every day I was living in a prison. I was stuck there, and I was just some fucking piece of meat for them to rip apart, to gape. I'm not saying you can't say it, but I don't want to get under your skin. I don't know. What are we even talking about, though? What are you actually upset about? Because we haven't figured out what you're actually upset about. I want you to say your opinion, and I'm not going to get mad. I want you to say your opinion, and then we can discuss it like homeboys. We're going to dab each other up at the end, like, fuck yeah, dude. I love having opposing opinions and coming to an agreement. Gender-wise, it doesn't matter. People change all the time, especially in relationships. I don't really remember the context of that one, though. It's whatever, dude. We're moving on. If there's something specific someone is angry about, please type it out. I want to hear it. I like genuine criticism, not generalities. But by far the most remarkable and gasp-provoking aspect of the man's being is his skull. At first, one might be mistaken for confusing the man with an albino member of the Congolese Mangbutu tribe, who once elongated their skulls during infancy using tightly wrapped cloth. Yet at the crown of the skull, a watermelon-sized mass is visible, marked with the ridges and clefts of human brain tissue. The mass of brain tissue appears to have forced its way through his cranium, stretching and enlarging the flesh that encases it. The man does not move. Only his eyes roll in their sockets before locking onto Keller and the cameraman. He does not speak. He only stares, as strands of drool connect his lips to the base of the trunk. A horrified Keller pulls his pistol. Joe, I think you secretly hate people with opposing opinions. You write about them in your burn book and hex them. I think you're projecting, Pearl Slime. He. What do people strive to be happy, dust the BS off, and keep rolling? I think that's good, too. Not angry, you'd mentioned in a previous stream. Can you tell me the specifics? If there's something you actually want to talk about, can you tell me the specifics of what I said, and then I can talk about it? Otherwise, I'm just going to move on. Is there a quick way of highlighting people who I'm speaking to without having to write the whole name? I think like once you type it, it brings up a list of names that might match, and then you can click it. Would I be in a relationship with a nurse? Yeah, probably. A night nurse. Night nurse only. In 30 years medical career, workplace drama was always brought on by fellow women. Not one dude brought drama. Case in point, friends, case in point. Me and the other nurses, the mercenaries as we called ourselves, the male nurses, we were cool as fuck. We got the job done. All of our patients loved us. All of our shit was done by the end of the shift, documented and on top of it. And we would just chill in the corner, fucking jerking each other off. It was the best night ever. And it was only ever, the dramatics only ever arose from a particular group of people. I won't say who. And they were the ones that looked at us like we were like the immature ones. But truly, it was not the truth. Thought I was married? Nah, I'm just a fucking dude who's a dude. Statistically, nurses are the biggest cheaters. As long as she cheats on me with like a really hot doctor who's like a neurosurgeon, then we're good. Joel just hates women. I hate clogs. It's the clogs they wear. That's the clicking and clacking of their heels that gets into my skull. It's like an abstract resonance that makes me feel like everything's going to explode. A horrified Keller pulls his pistol from his holster. Get your fucking hands in the air now! He barks, aiming his weapon at the driver. The man complies in silence, raising his arms in the air with a look of pure terror on his face. With his gun trained on the driver, Officer Keller reaches for his radio.
Dispatch, this is Lincoln 3-2. I need immediate medical on scene for a possible kidnapping. Suspect is transporting.
Keller stops speaking mid-sentence. The radio falls from his grip. The plastic, the black. Put your hands in the air and wave them just like you don't care. I work for a nonprofit and a majority of team are women, and I can be very cliquey. The 3 guys that work there are super chill. Boom. Another one for the anecdotal bucket. Keep piling them up, folks. Pile them up. I will bear the brunt of the hate that comes your way. Don't worry, friends. I will be the Jesus Christ of getting hate from women. That is my burden to bear. The radio falls from his grip. The plastic... I can't read. I fucking suck. The radio falls from his grip. The black plastic clattering against the ground on impact. His arms slowly fall to his sides as soft, spasming chokes emanate from his throat. Oh, wait, who are we talking? Oh, it's Keller who's getting attacked. Joel will absorb the seething feminist. 'Tis my job on this earth to bring peace between man and woman. Can you imagine if, like, we all got along, dude? The world's population would be like, what, 16 billion by now? No divorces. Just pure happy. How old is he? How old am I, guys? I don't remember. Old enough to know better. Right, guys? Right, guys? The radio falls from his grip. The plastic... I keep wanting to say... How's my cat doing? He's good. He's just a baby. What's the theme for tonight? It's bonus content. The radio falls from his grip. The black plastic clattering against the ground on impact. Why does this sound so weird in my head? It's like a tongue twister. The radio falls from his grip. The black plastic Okay, so it's the black The radio falls from his grip. The black plastic clattering against the ground on impact. His arms slowly fall to his sides as soft, spasming chokes emanate from his throat.
Yo, Ray, you good?
The cameraman asks. But Keller doesn't reply. Have you ever been asked to do radio or some type of voice where it could hear you playing the next? I don't know. Yeah, actually, I did get an email from someone who wanted me to be in their short film, and I said I would do it, and then I totally forgot. I'd probably have to look into that. You've been grinding your teeth lately, not entirely sure why. Strange. Probably need to go to bed with a mouth guard. Probably get severe anxiety from my streams. The radio falls from his grip. The black plastic Alright, I was already there. Oh my god. Why am I lost here? But Keller doesn't reply. And as he continues to stand wide-eyed and frozen to the spot... Jesus Christ, why am I like suddenly hitting a wall here? Story theme? This is bonus content. Bonus content. Night. Smiley face. I do a smiley face so people know I'm not mad at them. The only way people can know that you're not mad at them is if you constantly hug them and kiss them and reassure them. And if you don't do that, you're a bad person who deserves to pretty much be Genghis Khan, a rapist. I feel like Genghis Khan doesn't get enough hate. Like, I feel like so many people throughout history get a lot of hate for being like terrible pillagers and colonizers and destroyers of everything. But Genghis Khan kind of like, everyone gets like really stoked about everything he did, and I'm pretty sure his genetic makeup like defines at least like 15% of the world. And he probably didn't do it through like taking them all on like dates. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just thinking. But Keller doesn't reply, and as he continues to stand wide-eyed and frozen to the spot, the camera's lens catches movement just behind him. The hideously overgrown protrusion, which swells from the man's crown, has begun to move. The patterned flesh ripples and pulses as the man's eyes roll wildly in their sockets. Then, as the sickening undulations intensify, Keller turns his face to the cameraman. "Ray? Ray, talk to me, buddy," says the voice behind the camera. But Officer Keller does not reply. Instead, he turns his body toward the cameraman and with a shaking hand points his pistol at him. No, Ray, wait! Comes a scream from behind the lens, but it does no good. The cameraman turns at the last second and tries to run, but Keller's shots sent him sprawling into the dirt, cracking the camera's lens as it smashes into the dusty ground. As the camera's microphone picks up the sounds of its operators sucking chest wounds, the broken lens captures Keller's final shot. He raises the pistol, puts it to his own temple, and then with a single jerk of the trigger, sends a spray of blood and brains across the nearby. Trigger warning, suicide. Chungus Khan. This story sounds like it was written by someone very handsome. Now that's a message we can pin. We're going to replace my pin. Guys, the one, the only, the man, Sam Riding, is in the house. Please, go kiss him. Break into his house and kiss him on his mouth while he's playing video games. If you ever feel ugly, remember our existence is proof that your features have been loved for generations. Wrong. Grape. Well, it was loved by somebody, and maybe it wasn't the... Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Like, does that mean that if you're ugly, you come from a long line of rapists? That's a question as old as time. It's a chicken or the egg type situation here, fellas. Joel, why is the stream behind, but it says it's not? There's like a 20-second delay. I mean, I have it set to that. I don't really know, man. You might just have to refresh the page. Please do me a favor and upload soon tomorrow. I'm taking the day off because I have heat stroke and bronchitis. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we are only going to be able to upload at the same designated time every week. Monday and Thursday. Or a long line of victims. Yeah, but it could imply... Well, no, the assumption is that the victims are the good-looking ones. And the rapists are the ugly guys. Presumably. Like, you would assume, like, you know, there'd be a motivation there or something. I don't know. If you were ugly, it's because you were peasant lineage. Oh, I had no idea. Okay. It's just every ugly person you see, you just call them a peasant. Joel need a 20 up on all of us, y'all. What's a 20 up? Who has a kill switch? The guy that... Did you guys see that? Some hacker, some absolute hacking hacker, probably QAnon himself, has broken into Rockstar Studios and stole their Grand Theft Auto 6 files. Dear Sam, I like your stories. They're complex, sometimes like reading Stephen King. Some people are simple. Your stories have depth. Let's go, dude. That's nice of you to say. What the fuck do you even look like? I probably look ugly and rapist-like. It's probably my lineage, honestly. But I'm not one, just to clarify. Unfortunately, my lineage it ends here. It ends right now. Because I just don't have it in me. I feel like in war crime pillaging type events, the appearance of the victims meant nothing, just like the pure availability feels icky to talk about. Well, guess what, Nene? You talked about it, and I'm starting to think that you have a dark side of you. I would never think of such a thing. GTA 6 stolen. Yeah, but it was like the guy, some German guy, and he's like seems to be making demands that, you know, there's not a bunch of microtransactions. But you know what's going to happen is that he is going to get thrown in the gulag and then beaten to death and then, you know, sued into oblivion for $1 billion. And then GTA 6 is still going to sell like hotcakes for the next 2 decades. And then that's it. He raises the pistol, puts it to his temple, then with a single jerk of the trigger, sends a spray of blood and brains across the nearby asphalt. Keller's body twitches in its death throes as the driver, terrified and with arms aloft, watches on with a look of shock on his face. He too remains frozen for a second, but only out of fear, before his hands shoot to his temples and he drops to his knees in what looks like agony.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He yells, as the ripples through his passenger's flesh begin to slow and cease. The driver finds his feet as the pain in his skull ebbs away, yet words of apology continue to fall from his lips as he limps around to the trunk.
I'll be more careful. I promise.
He pants.
You don't have to hurt me like that.
The figure in the trunk neither moves nor speaks.
Okay.
The driver yells in pain, raising a hand to his head again.
We're going!
He carefully closes the trunk, walks back to the open driver's door, then climbs back into a seat. Then after closing the door, he restarts the Corolla's engine and drives off into the night. The scene slowly transitions to the cops logo, which shimmers as flashes of blue and red appear on screen. Then there is darkness.
Is Joel okay? I think somebody was trying to procreate with me there for a second. Against my will. I just bought a bunch of used copies of my favorite games for PS5. Doesn't mean that they won't stop supporting the drivers for the media drive. Oh god, that's a good point. They might just do it. I'm sending this work to my main man in LA. Impressive. Oh man, that'd be fun, man. I promise never to say a single opinion ever again if I get a job in voice acting. I'll be just like all of the cool guys on Twitter, vying for attention. My wife is still angry about something. Tell her something nice. Her name is Psycho. Listen here, Psycho. Your husband loves you. You need to chill out. You guys need to make love, go to bed. Tomorrow we've got a big day. We're gonna be looking at flowers at a garden. It's gonna be sunny, but also a little bit of rain. We're gonna take that opportunity for the rain to get lunch. Probably sandwiches, maybe a little bit of lattes, some delicious mimosas. It's gonna be legendary. And then we're gonna go home and slip into our sweats and watch a fucking shitty-ass 80s movie. Jen and Jules, welcome back for 20 months. Joel Rants equals 20 months paid membership. That's what I appreciate you. Thank you, Jules, for 20 freaking months. I'm getting canceled.
Does anyone else think this guy's a little problematic?
Like, I just, like, try sometimes to contemplate to myself what it must feel like to be one of the people on Reddit who are just, like, professional tattletales. Do you know what I mean? Like that person who's 43 years old, has a bit of a strange neck beard or something growing down there in weird places, and they're just on their computer, like, gathering with other, like, circle jerk idiots, being like, "Do you guys think that this is just like, isn't this just, does it rub anybody else the wrong way whenever they do this? If anybody, am I the only one? Am I the asshole?" Yeah, you are. You're an asshole, and you need to go outside and get fucking laid. Please, God's sakes, do something. Do you believe the GTA 6 leaks would ruin people's hype for the game? I mean, they said it was like a 2025 version of it. I saw like a brief gameplay. Of it, and it looked fine. Like, it looked like basically GTA 5 with, you know, Red Dead 2 graphics, a little bit better. All the animations and movements seemed cool. Like, whenever you went up to fight someone, it went through like your typical Red Dead 2 like finisher moves with the, you know, everything like looked like what it's supposed to. And I can only imagine with like a year or more of like polishing, we're probably in a good spot. And like, either way, it's gonna sell, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's gonna, wasn't it a 2023? Well, then that makes me feel even better. If it's a 2023 build, and if we come to find out it was a 2023 build, I think all of this is just gonna be like major marketing. Like, it's just a big marketing ploy, you know, like a viral marketing thing. Like, oh, the game's been leaked, and we're gonna find the leaker and chop his head off, like ISIS or whatever. I think you just called me out. It's okay, my friend. I'm learning. Not everybody cares. Oh no, I didn't call you out. You're fine, dude. But we will be at your house soon for basically doing stuff that we don't like. I've mastered the stereotypical nerd geek voice. Pretty much, yeah. Okay, so basically, I've kind of think that this guy's a bit gamer phobic. Like, he doesn't respect gamers and the lifestyle that a gamer might have. Like, I get like one apple a week, and most of my diet's comprised of like slop from a bucket, but there's nothing wrong with eating like directly from a trough. And like, most people actually aren't supposed to live beyond 45. Like, you're actually not supposed to live that long. I think GTA 5 looks better, plus I don't want to play as a woman chased by ice. Is that what it is? That would be really fucking funny if that's like her whole storyline is just like trying not to get deported. Or if you do get arrested, you just get one chance with her and then she's gone for the rest of the game in like in the area of the map that's just Cuba or something. All right, number 20. When the screen comes alive again, it is lit with thousands of twinkling lights stretching across an inky black expanse. The interspersed glow of golden streetlights intensifies into a hive of neon and orange as traffic flows in and out of a dense downtown area. Then in the background, the dark peaks of the western Santa Cruz rise up from the valley floor. Santa Clara County, California, the caption reads. The officer's voice is heard as the scene begins to transition. I used to work up in Santa Mateo, which is way more old school suburbia. Make sure I'm saying that right. Mateo. Mateo! Do you guys remember the first Anaconda movie? Mateo! Mateo. San Mateo. Not Santa. Santa Clauso. Everyone better be good, or Santa Clauso will not come. The officer's voice is heard as the scene begins to transition. I used to work up in San Mateo, which is way more old school suburbia. The glittering nighttime vista fades and is replaced by the interior of a police cruiser. A male officer sits in the driver's seat, his cameraman filming from the passenger side.
It's much more of what you might call community-oriented policing. So stuff like property crimes, domestic disturbance, neighborhood beefs, that sort of thing.
Officer Vincent Vasquez, another caption reads.
But then down here in Santa Clara, we got all these research labs everywhere, so we just end up getting called to stuff like high-end thefts, break-ins by corporate spies, even the odd disgruntled employee call from time to time, and those can get pretty intense. I mean, you think it'd be calmer down here, but these brainiacs sure do keep you on your toes.
There's a sudden jump cut, after which Officer Vasquez's radio begins to buzz.
Unit 12, Adam. We got a silent alarm activation at the C-Tech lab off Sandhill Road, north side,
the dispatcher says.
It could be nothing, but no one's picking up the phone over there. Can you head over and check it out? Code 2. Let me know what you got on arrival. Copy, dispatch.
Vasquez replies.
Just south of C-Tech on Page Mill. Show me en route.
Vasquez keeps his lights and sirens off as he eases into the left lane. Then, since nighttime traffic is almost non-existent, he puts his foot down, cutting through the low hills as eucalyptus flash past the windows. Upon reaching a turnoff that boasts a sleek-looking C-Tech sign, Vasquez steers his cruiser down a private tarmacked road. The cameraman points his lens towards the windshield as the lab complex comes into view, displaying a collection of long, low buildings complete with a gated entrance and an attached guard post. Yet upon drawing closer, Vasquez noticed the post is deserted. He slows his cruiser at the gate, stopping before a colored...
Joel, Genghis Khan is talked about like any other ancient warlord or conqueror, like Alexander the Great, for example. Yeah, he's almost like championed, you know what I mean? But, whatever. I mean, who gives a shit, right? I don't care. Did you do any voice acting as a Backrooms POV character? I should. If you need one, let me know. I call them chupacabras. This story better have chupacabras in it. You had to pick up your child. He crashed another block party. Oh shit, be careful, Misty. Do not reward them with candy, especially if they're bad. How did I lose chat XP? Guess you're not saying the right thing. I'm silently voting. Giving everyone updoots when they say the exact right thing I want to hear. As of right now, J-Rob is in the lead.
He slows his cruiser at the gate, stopping before a colored wooden barrier. He turns off his engine, studying the guard post for a second.
12 Adam to dispatch. The guard post to C-Tech is unoccupied,
he says.
I'm 1097, heading into the compound to check it out. Copy 12 Adam. Does he think it's 12 or 1-2? Copy 1-2, because let me look. I just want to make sure I'm not fucking it up. Would you say copy 1-2 or copy 12 as a dispatcher to a cop? What's even the point of the chat XP? I'm not really sure. I think YouTube just makes things up and hope it works, which is fine. Try new things. Just ask Sam. Is Samuel still here? It says here as a police dispatcher, copy 1-2 sounds more realistic than copy 12, especially if 12 is the unit/call sign. For example, dispatcher, copy 1-2 en route. Radio traffic often says unit numbers digit by digit for clarity, so 1-2 is more authentic. I feel like that would make more sense. You hope you never outgrow me. Yeah, hopefully your brain never develops at all and I'm still just as entertaining when you're 250,000 years old. He just turned 249,999, folks. Whoever doesn't make it to the top 5, I get to sacrifice you at the end of this stream. We all have a party about it, actually. That's true. 1041, we got a 187 on a red halo character, on a red solo cup. My leading theory is gifters are determined by the chat points, but I don't know. Yeah, I think like if you've donated money or gifted, you like automatically get more points, but either way, you're getting your wiener sucked. That's the perks of subscribing to Let's Read, is you get physical suction. Alright, but it's done through an app, just so you're aware. He slows his cruiser at the gate, stopping before a colored wooden barrier. He turns off his engine, studying the guard post for a second. 1-2 Adam to dispatch. The guard post at SeaTac is unoccupied. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to read that as a dialogue. Like, let me, I'm just gonna, okay. Like this, for example. In an example, I'd say copy 12. Okay, he was, yeah, that's, I just did not want to fuck it up there and make it, not get it right. Mr. Scalp. That would make sense why I never get a gift membership. I usually just listen and read the chat, but I don't contribute much. Well, I think it's not about contributing. I think like you have to go to that little $sign down there and then like turn it on. Like turn on gift acceptance. Your channel, Mr. Bullins, is fire, my all-time faves. Thank you, Ashley. Good to see you. Been listening to your podcast for a long time. First time commenting on the stream. Love your work. Thank you. Yeah, anybody who's new, we're just recording some bonus content. Tomorrow will be a compilation video, but Joel, you're respecting the spiders. I've been respecting spiders more lately, honestly. I slowly have been being given spider videos on my like brain rot stuff. Do I like Pokemon? I love Pokemon. So on top of like buying endless amounts of Pokemon cards, I've recently was at a local sort of trade-in store and they had a shit ton of like Pokemon ROMs, like Pokemon Rocket Red, Pokemon, there was like 10 of them. There was like 10 different like custom Pokemon games. Boop the Corvid with 369 says XP only happens when you pay super. Alright guys. Don't feel smoblusmated though. What happened with you, Mr. Ballin? I beat him in a game of racquetball and he said, enough's enough. And then he put me in a chokehold. No, I'm just kidding. It was just contractual stuff that, you know, goes up well above my contemplation. So sometimes shows get canceled. No worries, man. Like, I totally get it. But it was a fun thing. I mean, like, I think we made like 15 episodes and they all like sound awesome. So if you ever get bored, go check them out. Joel considers us his Pokemon. Yeah, I'm collecting people just like Jeffrey Epstein. No, I'm just kidding. Didn't he say that, though? Didn't he say he's collecting people? 12 Adam to dispatch. Guard post of the SeaTac is unoccupied, he says. I'm 1097, heading into the compound to check it out. Copy, 12 Adam. Advise when clear. Officer Vasquez and his cameraman walk through the unmanned gate and into the SeaTac compound. The place is dead silent. All windows are dark and only a handful of vehicles are parked in a nearby garage. The cameraman follows Vasquez closely as he pushes his way through the door of the closest building. The two men then find themselves in an empty lobby, dimly lit by emergency lighting.
SCPD!
Vasquez calls out.
Anyone there?
His words are met with an almost impenetrable silence.
Where the hell is everybody?
He asks out loud, walking towards a pair of double doors and a long, sterile-looking corridor which lies beyond. The two men advance down the corridor, the only sounds being that of their own footsteps and the soft hum of fluorescent lighting. Vasquez weaves between closed doors, peering through the safety glass of small square windows wherever possible, but still there's not a soul to be seen. The two men continue to traverse the corridor, turning a corner as they finally reach its end, yet the sight that greets them. What's my biggest pet peeve? I don't know. There's a lot of stupid shit that annoys me. Gabrielle Callahan. Thank you for the 10. Long-time listener, thanks for amazing stories. You're welcome, Gabriella. Or am I saying it right? Gabrielle. Gabrielle. Thank you for the 10. God bless you. We had a bunny named Chansey. That's amazing. Chansey Chungus. I did find a Sabrina's Gengar the other day, which was pretty sick. And that's kind of been my, lately I've been trying to get as many Gengars and Dragonites as possible. Those are two of my favorites. If only they ever did a Gengar Dragonite tag team card, that would be sick nasty. I am quite scared though about this, like they're installing in North Carolina next year a huge printing factory in the United States to keep up with the demand of Pokemon cards or whatever, and I'm curious how that's going to economically affect everything, if it's going to be like the days of the late 80s, 90s, where they just started printing a shit ton of sports cards and completely tanked the value of all the ones in that era. People that chew with their mouths open, that's one of my pet peeves. Yeah. Dragonite dressed as Gengar would be sick. I mean, I'm sure you can get some custom cards on Etsy. Weird laughs. Oh my god, yeah. Dude, there was this... It's so sad, actually. And maybe this was a pet peeve of mine, but I just remember, there was a genuinely beautiful girl that had a thing for me back in, high school, college. And we, every time I would talk to her, I'm why did I always, ignore her? And then she just, I don't even want to do the impression of the laugh. It was so, but it was, every time she left, it was, a burst of... I wouldn't say it's a donkey per se, but it was a burst of frequency that came out of her mouth that was just too much for my ears to bear. That it was just too fucking distracting, and I was just we're gonna get 2 weeks into this, and I feel my ear, my head might start bleeding internally, and I'll have a weird little tumor, or maybe a hematoma forming. People who smack or chew loudly is definitely my biggest annoyance. You would like me to do the laugh? Okay, it was something oh my god, it's gonna be so bad, but it was it was just too... Okay, here, we'll do it over here. It was so boom, fucking why, every time though. It was someone was pressing a laugh track, but the laugh track only had that particular laugh on recording at all times, and it was always at the same volume, at the same length, at the same reaction. It's just it was exactly the same every time at that volume for any joke. Just boom, boom, fucking Joe Rogan, boom, out of nowhere, fucking elbow to the back of your fucking head, boom, boom, just over and over again, and you're just okay, I gotta stop being fucking funny. This is too much for me. She's just a sweet girl overwhelmed with whimsy and sparkle. That most likely was the case. Just too much fucking sparkle for me. Exceedingly boisterous, but only the laugh though, it's just... And you just wonder, you really do wonder, what the fuck is laughter? It's just a sudden sputter of noise that comes out of the back of your throat. It's not like you say a word, we're not speaking English. It transcends all languages, but it's just a sudden excrement of joy that, bursts forth upon your day. And sometimes it's really uplifting and awesome. But once in a while, it starts to make you wonder what happened in childhood, that, that's the laugh that they arrived at. And they're yeah, this is the one that I'm going to let out of my mouth every time. The one that, hurts people's face.
Speaking of Joe Rogan, didn't even see his Netflix special where he looks really coked up and doesn't make much sense? No. Am I wearing my blue light glasses? Oh shit, that's a good point. I can't see anything. I do have the orange thing on right now, but maybe I should double up. I don't know. I never really liked Joe Rogan's stand-up comedy. Like I don't even know. Looking back on the whole Joe Rogan thing, it's like his stand-up comedy wasn't really funny. Like, sure, he had some like good guests on his show, but it's not like any of his input was ever like extraordinarily thought-provoking. It's just him being like, yeah, but really though, really, do you think that monkey could just like, I mean, if a monkey got two of its fingers in your nose and just like gently pulled back, it could just unzip your face. Thomas Fries with the 5, turned 50 today. You're sitting pretty at 36. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate you, bro. How you feeling? Give me some advice. Happy birthday, though. Seriously. What should I do? Now that I'm 36, what should I do with my life? Should I go to the moon? They told me that there was like a mine, like there was mining on the dark side of the moon and the big craters. They said there's work there. I'm looking for a job. Back in 2016, 2017 was my favorite Rogan podcast. I mean, back in the day, it felt like it was like you were challenging something or something like that. Like the people they had on there were going against the grain. But now I just don't think like the concept of like the excessive left versus right divide still exists for sure. But now I feel like it's a little bit easier to see through it, and neither side seems to be representative of any particular, I don't know, opinions, like modern opinions. Like you just kind of look at it and you roll your eyes and you're like, there's nothing really left to like truly lead you towards what might be coming. I turned 35 today. It's my birthday also. Oh, Luca, happy birthday, bro. Hope you're having fun. Hope you're staying in shape, hitting the gym, lifting weights. Joe Rogan talks so slow and monotone. I can't get through 30 seconds of his reels. I know, he's always like contemplate, like what if like the aliens are actually like super duper just like not nice to kids. Tim Dillon's a funny podcast. I love Tim. Tim's awesome. I watch like clips and I watch every episode of Tim Dillon's stuff, and I still believe I believe he has what I admire about Tim is that like even when he goes on, say, Joe Rogan, or even whenever he goes on like say like someone who's like much more left leaning, who might kind of come at him with like, don't you think that's a bit problematic to say that? Like his ability to like talk through people's insanity to me has always been pretty commendable. Like he can end it while making you feel like you're his friend and kind of talk you off a ledge while still making fun of you, you know what I mean? Have you seen the GTA 6 leaks? I did, yeah. Do you like Detroiters? Detroiters is a fantastic show. Everyone should watch it. Tim Robinson's amazing. Too many good Tims right now. That's why I like the absurd humor. Tim Dillon is quite astute. He is. I mean, he has a lot of life experience, and like he's like there's really not much like him. Like sometimes I go back and watch his clips when he's like my age right now, like 36, and he's so fucking funny. And I just look at myself and I'm like, I guess I'm just like this amount of retarded forever, huh? Like I'm never gonna say like anything that's like Tim Dillon hilarious or whatever, but I guess that's fine, because then you see the people that like sit outside of like gas stations with their leg against the wall and maybe like a cigarette and a Pepsi. And they're always there too. Like every gas station you go by, there's always going to be one dude leaned up against the wall just like thinking about his next move with a fucking high fructose corn syrup drink and a piece of nicotine. And you're like, well, at least I'm not him. And you realize life is just a spectrum of various intelligences, and many times I'm very thankful that I landed somewhere in the middle. Who's the guy that went on the Wi-Fi files to predict the stuff that's coming true? I guess every one of them. Sean Ryan show is cool. I haven't watched Sean Ryan in forever. I always thought it was kind of strange whenever he talks about like going down to Colombia, ending up at like the CIA headquarters, and then they have pictures of him all over their walls as he comes in for an interview, and then he kind of casually goes off and does his own podcast. That's not to like put anything down with him, but I'm just like, I feel like once the CIA gets a finger in your asshole one time, like how would it be possible to truly be like a complete truth teller? Do I like Theo Von? Yeah, Theo's awesome. He seems like a good egg. Good egg. Theo Von is always in character. I don't know, sometimes he like lets himself speak. Like I know he's always trying to like kind of seem dumber than he is a little bit, while like seemingly trying to like lead people towards what he perceives to be the truth. But at the end of the day, like he's just like the rest of us. Like he gets little bits and pieces of bullshit from, you know, social media and then tries to make sense of reality. Like, you know, we can never be truly the complete source of all knowledge, you know. Seeing Rogan go to the End of the World podcast 2016 to what he is now is heartbreaking. Also, Tim Dillon had a clip of beautiful rant about the downfall of America on Rogan. Yeah, that one was great. And I always kind of allude to that analogy make of like things kind of existing in a pendulum that swings back and forth, you know, because I think that's kind of how things go, right? I mean, you amplify the left-right divide, and then it sort of normalizes whichever one you side with, you're kind of like more comfortable. Like right now, like a lot of people are kind of just like, not everyone, I think a lot of people on the right are not comfortable with like the war that's going on in Iran, but I don't think the right would be as complacent with the war in Iran if it was Kamala that had taken everybody into war. So it's always like this weird sort of back and forth where the left is in charge of like the domestic policies and immigration and making those decisions, and then the right is in charge. Then you go back and forth, like they're in charge of like expanding war, even though like we would probably both sides kind of accomplish the same thing each time anyways. And there's really not much that changed, but maybe it's more just about the rhetoric that's placed in front of you on the news, and objectively speaking, nothing's really that different. I don't know. I don't know. I guess that's the unfortunate thing. Maybe we just exist under like one big like Freemasonic experiment or something. Sean Ryan is one CIA, always CIA kind of guy, Project Mockingbird. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not trying to be mean to the guy or anything like that, but you know, you do have your certain curiosities about people, and I mean, especially if you're in the realm of like distrust, and I'm very distrusting of pretty much all of it, even if it is kind of just like hyper-simplification sometimes, which I recognize. The other guy on the Wi-Fi is currently working the CIA and FBI with his intelligence. Crazy, let me look it up. Yeah, who knows? Who knows, man? People that hum when they eat and they don't know it. Dude, when I eat, I start, like my first bite into something, I'm like, you gotta get a little dance in there. You gotta do a little jig. I'm gonna survive a little longer. Do. The two men continued to traverse the corridor, turning a corner as they finally reach its end. Yet the sight that greets them has them freezing in their tracks. Before them lie the dismembered... Oh, I should probably say that scarier, honestly. I'd probably deliver that a little bit more. But they're all controlled opposition. I agree. I mean, even Tim, not to put Tim Dillon down or anything like that, but like whenever you hear about his like little meeting with... the Peter Thiel acolyte of J.D. Vance, you kind of have to wonder, like, did he then sell his soul a tad for just, like, some garlic knots and lobster tail? Like, what was, like, but at the same time, if you're going to get into a position of, like, entertainment prominence, like, you kind of have to anticipate that people of actual power are going to come to you and tap you on the shoulder and say, like, hey, we need you to cool it with the whole Agartha thing, or we need you to chill out about talking about everyone escaping down to Argentina, or we need you to, you know what I mean? I don't know. Stuff like that. Like, you need to shush. We don't want you talking about Larry Ellison owning TikTok anymore, even though I guess that's like right out there, right? But why don't you cool it on the flock cameras? Like, why don't we not discuss the idea that the majority of the stock exchange is propped up and made up fucking artificial intelligent company projections that will eventually collapse the economy? I may think fawn is cover if we sneak into the lock, so I'm sorry to notice. Lady Gaga and her man dude started an AI-powered biotech company for skin, and I think it's lit, not gonna lie. That's cool. The two men continue to traverse the corridor, turning a corner as they finally reach its end. Yet the sight that greets them has them freezing in their tracks. Before them... Okay, that didn't sound scary either, because we're about to read something really, really scary. You only believe in your Ouija board. Zozo gets it right every time. Do you actually consult a Ouija board for future bullshit? Because that sounds kind of dangerous. The two men continue to traverse the corridor, turning as they... Do I believe in God? If so, do you share your thoughts on God? Yeah, I believe in God. I mean, I was raised in a Christian stuff, and I still pray, like, every day, just, like, individually. But I'd be lying if I didn't say I'm, like, confused pretty much, like, 24/7 on what the fuck's going on. Like, dude, if we come to... because it seems like tentatively when they do introduce aliens to the public through, like, some sort of disclosure process, they're probably going to, like, introduce the idea to the majority of everyone that we are just some sort of, like, genetic experiment, where at some point in our DNA as, like, monkeys, we got an influx of, like, external alien DNA injected into us, so it, like, advanced our genome by, like, what, like 7% or something like a very big jump compared to, a long period of time of evolution or whatever. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of go with that narrative overall whenever trying to kind of, like, assimilate people to a sort of universal anti-religious narrative at some point. Do you find it interesting they pray is a homophone for pray? A homophobe? What? No, homophone for pray. Pray. Like God is... Well, we're praying to God, so, like, are we praying on God? I don't know. I don't get too caught up in the homophone thing. Start sounding like Candace Owens. Predicting alien sightings and such, and they come true. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. The two men continue to traverse the corridor, turning a corner as they finally reach its end. Yet the sight that greets them has them freezing in their tracks. Before them lie the dismembered corpses of 5 C-Tech security personnel. Some appear to have been torn apart, torn open. Holy shit. Guys, Joel, I have you all a lol, meaning I'm just kidding. Although I believe a board before I would believe legacy media. Yeah, probably all more honest. How do you become a member? I think down in the bottom there's like a show your support, like money thing, and you can do it through there. Santa gave me a Ouija board when I was 10. My mom sitting there, me and Muggy, my dad. Yeah, I would never allow my kids to fuck around with a Ouija board. That shit is... It just brings so much negative shit, Even if it's, like, not overtly, like, throwing cans of empty fucking Coke Zero cans across the fucking room, it might bring about, like, a spirit of depression, you know what I mean, or whatever. Thoughts on Art Bell? I liked Art Bell a lot. Today, and now what do we have? We have Nori. Nori's the guy, right? Today we went to the grocery store and bought some peanut butter last minute. Now Facebook has asked me if we are satisfied with our peanut butter brand. That's new. Yeah, dude, every time I think anything, I'm, like, not even surprised anymore. I have, like, one thought in my head, and, like, instantaneously, whatever advertising process they have going on, like, immediately shows up, and I don't know. It's, like, too much. It generally is, like, too much and, like, too telling at this point. Because obviously, like, sure, it can be beneficial if there's something, like, wrong with you or, like, something you want to buy. But the fact that it's, like, so on the nose sometimes almost, like, distracts you. It makes you not want to buy anything and makes you just be like, wait a second. Are they projecting shit into my head from my cell phone? You think God hello, tell me about money is the language. You got me now, happen all our time of Babel. Money is the language. Money is the language. I don't know what you mean, honestly. I don't think that, though, but I also don't understand what you're asking. I was a kid, I had some books of bards, ovatis, and druids, and they went over scrying properly. Oh yeah, people were talking about scrying, which is like having a crystal ball. And I saw something pop up earlier where it talked about like how our phone, our phone screens, our computer screens, and how the first Apple computer was like $666, and how like what we're peering into in the computer realm is like basically the same as like looking into a crystal ball. We're scrying, we're consulting the spiritual realm or something fucking weird like that, and that like the LCD screens that we use, the liquid crystals, it's all that, granted that's kind of like homophone type stuff, but who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if there's some aspect of like the digital realm and what comprises like a chip. Whenever you look at a chip really close up under a microscope, it's got all those circuitries and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of crossover with that and like the sigils of the past and, the incorporation of some sort of spiritual activity into our world. I have no idea. Yeah, technomancy stuff. Have you ever been snowboarding? I have. I hit a jump when I was like 10 when I got into snowboarding, and immediately like ate so much shit that I thought I broke my neck. And then I just never did it again. My friend is going to Japan next week. He's bringing me a ton of Pokemon cards. Hopefully I get something good. There you go. That'd be fun. Ad algorithms are hilarious. One time for like 3 days straight, I suddenly started getting nothing but dating app ads, but strictly for demographics that didn't apply to me, like Muslim dating app. Okay. It is interesting when it's like completely wrong. Yeah, because you almost like, you get excited. You're like, okay, they don't know everything about me. The Ouija was supposed to be a tool, but it's become very negative with people. You should end the video with, hey guys, guess what? Chicken butt. I think I did that before. Hey Joel, what's the last song that stuck in your head for the last several days? Mine was Too Legit to Quit. Last song. I haven't had that in a while, honestly. Can I post more? I don't know. I like my schedule, Monday, Thursday, and then some bonus content here and there. But I know what you mean. Some appear to have been torn open. Others have been cut into pieces, while their discarded firearms lie among puddles of blood which pool thick and dark upon the seamless resin floor. Vasquez gasps, turning pale as he keys his radio. Dispatch, this is 12 Adam. I got 511-44s at C-Tech security personnel, he says with quickening breath. It looks like they've been torn apart. I need backup here immediately. Copy 12, backup units and supervisor en route code 2. Dispatch replies. Advise if you need additional resources. After pulling a sidearm from his holster, Officer Vasquez steps around the butchered bodies and continues down the adjoining corridor. He moves quickly and quietly, pistol at the ready as he continues to peer into labs and storerooms. The cameraman shadows his movements, panning left to right as he too scans for signs of life. But still, there's not a limit. Our phones are made of natural materials, so who knows, maybe there is some natural spiritual component in them. It's hard to say, I don't know. Like, you really do wonder, just about everything in general. Like, just the level of control that maybe a particular centralized group may have over almost all things. Maybe that's just too simple, I don't know. The one that really got me was, remember if you lost your AirPod, check in your butt. That's funny. My cousin messed with a Ouija board. Long story short, paranormal activity got so bad in their house that they had to have an exorcism on one of the people in the household. It was truly crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've heard too much, like, anecdotal experiences where people, like, have paranormal stuff. And even me, whenever I, like, read paranormal stories on my channel, I swear, like, shit starts getting a little bit weird at nighttime around 3 a.m. and I just can't stand it. Don't computer chips use quartz? I think it was the screens. Like, the screens themselves were, like, liquid crystal something, or maybe we don't use LCD screens anymore, but I don't know. Hum as in make a noise, way different than a jig. Let's get this straight, Joel. Hum versus jig, what are we talking about? Everything is vibration and frequency when you boil down it all. That's true, I suppose. I just didn't want to actually say it. Okay. But still, There's not another living soul to be seen. Following a few minutes of wordless walking, the two men reach the end of the second corridor and find themselves faced with a pair of thick steel doors labeled Lab 1-2. The only way to open the doors is via a nearby access panel, but since whoever last operated it failed to remove their ID card, all Officer Vasquez has to do is push a single button. But what they see on the other side leaves him speechless. The twin door panels slide open, humming mechanically as they reveal a large, well-lit and open workspace surrounded by desks and computer panels. Sanitized sections of steel and white plastic lie before what appears to be a huge 50-foot ring of heavily engineered steel. It has been built into a far wall with interlocking high-tensile steel segments layered with brush-alloyed. One of the spooky things happening when you read paranormal stories, it's just like strange dreams, waking up at 3 a.m., the feeling of like a presence. Sometimes like when I'm falling asleep, it's like something will like run, just do something next to me, like pull on me, or like feel something run across my pillow, or just weird shit like that, weird noises. I don't know, and then I just have to like pray until everything goes away. A Ouija board predicted my mom and dad would die on the same day. When I was 16, they did 40 years to the day. Even my dad said he would exit the same day when he found out he was dying. Damn, dude. It's crazy. It's in your head. It might be, dude. It might be. Can you call me? How would you call me? I mean, if you have my number, please don't call me. Please respect my privacy. Today has been a weird day. Lightning and thunder like it's storming, but no rain, and now I'm hearing heavy knocking that seems to be coming from the floor. That's weird. My practice does not recognize the modern spirit board of Ouija. What practice? Justin's a medicine man. I had a spider in my bed last night. Yeah, shit's creepy. I hate that. What kind of spider, though? The board told me I would be involved in the bus accident. 4 months later, I was a witness to a 15-year-old student getting run by a school bus. She lived, but barely. Jesus, dude. You experience paranormal activity with only reading stories. I don't know. Sometimes I think it's sort of... I mean, the fact that it's on a screen, right? You're scrying. Now I'm pulling some Candace Owens here. You're scrying. But maybe you're, whenever you consume things through this particular technology, maybe that's all it takes. Maybe that's the spiritual portal that's, not trying to sound like some crazy religious parent, but maybe. Maybe it's a girl, Joel, and she wants you to call you. I don't need girl. I'm good on girl. You can get bottled hot water, holy water from a Catholic church, sprinkle in your bed. I had the same stuff happen. It helped. Yeah, that's the thing, is I just don't really believe in like rituals. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like if you're going to believe in something, spiritual, like within the Christian context, it's like, why would your individual communication or prayers with the higher power not just be sufficient, Like, why do we need to go through like the saging and like the holy water and all these like particular routines? Like, to me, that just seems like it's putting so much power into those things as opposed to power in like the the hierarchy of the spiritual realm, which in my perspective would be then like Christ at the top. Unfortunately, I had to stand up a day tonight. What were any good excuses I could have used? Say you had diarrhea, I guess. I don't know. Just gotta be honest. When will you post more? It's every Monday and Thursday I post new videos. It's the energy that you let in. You have to push it out. Ignoring it is a good choice. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of that stuff applies to people too. Just don't give negative energy to people who act like demons. I believe rituals aid us in concentrating and getting the zone for prayer. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I just never needed it. A kid on my street got injured pretty bad this evening. I don't know if he's good or not, but probably not good. Damn. It has been built into a far wall with interlocking high-tensile steel segments layered with brushed alloy plates. Each section is etched with thick geometric reinforcement ribs and hexagonal lattices that catch the light and sharp mechanical edges. Thick armored conduits and glowing fiber optic cables snake along the outer rim, clamped in places by heavy brackets, while massive hydraulic actuators. Actuator. While massive hydraulic actuators and magnetic struts hold the ring in place. Behind the ring is a wall of what looks to be solid steel, yet in a manner which has both men slack-jawed and dumbstruck. A dense mass of rich, loamy soil and lush green plant life appears to have erupted. Any habits you have are literary rituals, usually to make happy or peaceful or whatever. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Maybe I just mean in the spiritual sense, but you might be right too in the fact that those rituals also might have that effect on you spiritually. Joel, you are a skeptic after reading thousands of stories of true stories that people have sent you. I guess it just depends on what the stories are about, you know. But I mean, a lot of the anecdotal sort of stuff within the paranormal realm seem to have a lot of like similar traits to them, and maybe they build off of each other in their building and, you know, kind of construction of their lives. That might be the case, but I also sometimes, you know, you kind of get a vibe from things, which is all you can really do, right, with the spiritual realm sometimes. I mean, maybe you could look at it scientifically, but there does seem to be some continuity between people's experiences. Live on the East Coast, yeah. Are you actually looking at my phone number or something? Diarrhea when you're stuck in traffic is straight up not a good time. Squeezing cheeks, yeah, not fun. Not fun, folks. Do I secretly judge people who write in? I mean, you heard me. Almost every fucking stream I'd say something not nice. And it's not that I'm, like, not a nice person. I'm just... sometimes I'm a bit, off the cuff. Yet, in a manner which has both men slack-jawed and dumbstruck, a dense mass of rich, loamy soil and lush green plant life appears to have erupted from it, spilling haphazardly across the floor of the lab. There are huge fronds, dense ferns, and towering columnal tree trunks which climb for tens of meters before ending in sudden flat-topped crowns. It's as if they've been abruptly and cleanly severed by some unknowable but irresistible force, leaving a strange truncated skyline of living pillars under the pale laboratory lights. The two men stare in wonder and confusion, trying to make sense of what they're seeing. Then suddenly, a large section of the verdant... My girlfriend is a smartass. Imagine you actually get a call right now, Joel. I would appreciate not. Do you believe in purgatory? No, I don't believe in purgatory. Purgatory is like a Catholic thing. I'm just not into it. I don't consider myself Catholic. To me, there's a lot of... I'm not trying to be mean to Catholics or anything like that, but it's like when you look through like the gospel experiences for the stories of Jesus or whatever, it seemed like he was kind of like fighting against the, you know, Pharisees and the fact that they kind of controlled the spiritual and political realm of that time. And he was more hyperfixated not on like, you know, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, right, but give to God what is God, which is like relational and individual, and like, you know, you go into your own closet and pray and that kind of thing. It's all about you connecting with God individually. Whereas like it seems like a lot of Catholicism is very much like rituals. It's relying upon like, you know, a hierarchy of the papacy and all that kind of stuff, relying on the priests to tell you what to do. And to me, I'm just not about that. I think it's a little bit misguided, and it doesn't mean there can't be, you know, of the same belief system, but it's very much different than what you would get from like a typical, I guess, Baptist church or something of that nature. How I found out I have an unknown stalker. Yeah, I actually just checked my phone to make sure there was no missed calls.
We're good. Nobody gives a fuck. Thank God. Maybe add a Christian scary story channel. It's, it is what it is. I don't like to preach to people. I mean, it's just my personal experiences. Doesn't mean I'm good, Like, there are often times where I'm like, oh, fuck, maybe I'm just screwed, but I don't know. I guess that kind of goes against the message as well. What's up, Susie Q? And then suddenly, a large section of the verdant mass begins to shift. Vasquez doesn't say a word. Instead, he puts 2 hands on his pistol, keeping it low but ready to fire, as something huge begins to break through the mass of foliage. Earthy green feathers become visible as whatever it is approaches low, steady, and slow. What the fuck is that thing? The cameraman says, zooming and focusing as leaves part and then spring back into place. Vasquez remains silent as what appears to be a huge 30-foot-long bird continues to snake through the undergrowth towards them. They stand frozen in sheer belief until suddenly the mass of feathers rears up to its full and unfettered height. Standing around 13 feet tall, it lets out a sharp, throaty hiss as dense feathers explode outward in a sudden and violent ruffle. Waves of aggressive shivers ripple through the flared plumage, from which extend a pair of short, dangling arms. Each is adorned with a trio of colossal, sickle-shaped claws, razor-sharp and longer than a grown man's erect penis. What the hell, Sam? Catholic Church can be old school like any sect. I don't delve into their theology. Yeah, it's whatever. Lutheranism? I don't know much about it. Joel won't date you guys. He's literally a floating skull in a suit. I guess that's true, yeah. I can't take Christianity seriously because it has like 100 different denominations amongst other reasons. Yeah, that's totally fair too. I mean, and sometimes I do kind of wonder if all the Abrahamic religions are sort of created from from some degree of like ancient teachings, you know what I mean, to then like basically create all the various societal structures that seem to stem from them or utilize the Abrahamic religions to create structure and society, due in part to our just like innate need to assimilate, right? And give us like what we call modern society. But then at some point those like Abrahamic religions kind of come against each other. They kind of create like an innate sort of nepotistic need to rule over the other ones, due in part to our opposing differences or previous actions or just generalized division from the media, whatever it might be. And then in actuality we are just kind of like stuck in some like ever never-ending like soul harvest of having our souls recycled and then our loosh taken and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there's a perspective of that for sure, but I guess at the end of the day, all I know really how to do is eat Jersey Mike's subs and wait to die. Abrahamic religions took the old wisdom to control the masses. You are correct. That's why they killed Jesus. The power is in you. God is in you. Yeah, but I mean, well, that's a good point too, because if you really do look, and this isn't to like be, I don't want to be a heretic or anything, but, you look at Jesus, you look what he said, and he very clearly did seem like he had a purpose on earth, and that was to die in the stories of the Gospels. But then the things that, what's his name, like Peter came along and wrote pretty much the rest of the Bible, right? Like the majority of the rest of the Bible and those letters and all, or the New Testament, that is. And it's sort of like a whole nother church or a whole nother religion stemmed out of what like Peter wrote. Or not, was it Peter? Or who the fuck am I thinking of? Paul. Sorry, I'm thinking of Paul, who was Saul, who was like also somebody that like went after Christians and tried to kill them. So maybe the whole story of like him going after Christians, trying to kill them, then being knocked off his donkey and then converting or whatever, maybe that was just all part of the ploy, that he converts but then shifts Christianity away from whatever timeless truth
Jesus was trying to present, or I don't know. You know, it's really hard to say. I don't know. Maybe that was just to like put into place for what we eventually get with modern Catholicism. I don't know. I have no fucking clue. Ugh. 90% of people believe in someone other than themselves. Well, that's a great point too. Like trusting anyone. Like who are you going to trust in now? Like anybody who ever tells me like they trust in a politician at this point, I just have to assume their IQ is fucking nothing. Because like how the fuck can you like constantly talk about like politicians failing you over and over and over again, and governments in and of themselves just being innately not capable of like governing people without us like exerting excessive power restrictions on each other, or like merging, you know, business and with government, and it gets even worse. You know what I mean? Like, how can you see those patterns play out over and over again, but then like somehow still trust in like a face that pops up in front of you and says like, I really care about you. This time we're gonna do it different. That should be honestly, that's gonna be like what's gonna be on a t-shirt when I run for president. This time, it's different. And then it's just me winking with one eye open, so you know I'm like, you definitely know I'm part of the Illuminati. And then every time I go on stage, I like look at everyone and show them like which Freemasonic handshake I'm about to do. Here I go, I'm doing the lion's paw. Jesus isn't real because everything that happened before October 1963 is fake, since that's when the world was created. Oh, okay. I forgot about that. Ugh. I really care about politicians, and someone has to be on their team. Everyone hates them for no reason. It would be really funny, like someone loves politicians because they feel bad for them. What's your first call to order if you were president? Kill. Just start killing everyone with the goy beam. We're just gonna activate it all day, every day for 4 years till everyone's dead except me. Power tends to corrupt. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. I've never heard that before. Each is adorned with a trio of colossal sickle-shaped claws, razor-sharp and longer than a grown man's arm. Even its heavy clawed feet seemed poised to... Even its heavy clawed feet seem poised to crush anything underfoot, but they are not what command... What is wrong with me? What do I think about Mayor Mamdani of New York? I don't know, I thought it was really strange, because do you guys remember, they took him out of the Epstein file stuff, but there was like a brief thing whenever the Epstein files came out where it like showed what some people speculated to be like a young, like 12-year-old Mamdani next to Jeffrey Epstein, like with Epstein's arm around him. So like people were like immediately going conspiracy mode, saying that like Epstein was Mamdani's dad. And like, I'll be honest with you, bro, I would not be fucking surprised if that was the case, you know what I mean? Like, imagine if like a large portion of 30-something age politicians that are popping up or whatever around America are actually just spawn of Epstein because of his like breeding programs that he was doing and all that kind of strange shit. That'd be so fucking funny. Even its heavy clawed feet seemed poised to crush anything underfoot, but they are not what command the two men's attention. A long serpentine neck supports a small beaked head, from which two black and unblinking eyes fixate on them with a predatory stare. The thing's skull lacks any kind of plumage, leaving only scaly reptilian flesh along a snout packed with rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. The sight of the creature fills each of the men with pure, primal terror. Then, as it begins its bounding advance, Vasquez and the cameraman turn and run. The creature pursues them in silence, the only sound being the heavy thump and accompanying clack as its clawed feet hit the floor. The two men pant. I was going to say paint.
Man, I wish soda didn't immediately make you burp as soon as you drink it. It's kind of gross, right? We need to make our leaders hotter. Let's focus on that. We need better looking people to look at and deliver bad news to us. That's true. We need to make the population as retarded as possible, too, if we can do that. Von hingegangen. We are in God. Mankind is the Son. Real communication, unfocused language, people talking is the Holy Spirit. Maybe. Dr. Pepper, no, it's Sprite Zero. How was my weekend? It was good. I feel bad. I had to cancel with my one personal trainer. But it was just because he missed so many sessions. He would just randomly cancel all the fucking time, and by this point, by the last one that he canceled, this Friday, I was just all right, this is retarded. I need to go find somebody else. And, I would say, we were actually very good friends. But he was pretty young. And, he kind of had, an abstract, selfish perspective towards how he wanted to approach things. Where, he was focusing primarily on his own training while we trained together. So he would work out while, basically we were, workout buddies. But I was, paying way too much for him to just do that and then not give a fuck about my training. And then, it's whatever. But at the same time, there was this one time where he's I'm thinking maybe I try to get my training done at another time. And I thought he was going to say so he could focus on actually training me or whatever. But then he was just because waiting on you to get done with your set's kind of cutting into my pump. And I just went what the fuck are you talking about, bro? You shouldn't. The fact that you get to get paid and we train together, I don't know, whatever. Dream firearm, probably an SKS. I just like how shitty they are. Does your trainer call you on your birthday though? He better, bro. Sounds like a scam trainer. He wasn't a scam trainer. He's great. He's actually a great person. It's just that he made so many mistakes, little ones that build up. In the one day, it was last Monday, he came in and just had such a shitty attitude the whole fucking time. And granted, he's a new dad and all this kind of stuff and missing sleep. And I truly do care about him very deeply. But it was just in my mind, I'm you know what? I can't keep rewarding poor behavior like this, you know what I mean? If I keep rewarding people for poor behavior and they continue to take advantage of my kindness, people can only learn through very direct and abrupt consequences sometimes. How great, would you open a gym with him? No, I don't think he had the mind for it. Work out your mind, not your body. Also being funny will get you a fine woman faster than muscles. Train to stay healthy. There you go. Appreciate that. If you can make them laugh, you can kiss their face. Because while their head is reared back and their eyes are closed from giggling, you go in for a little smooch. Mwah! They're what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Did you just kiss me?
No, I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
It wasn't you. Who was it?
A spider. It was a spider that came from the ceiling and kissed your face.
How did I fire him? Text or phone call? It was he canceled, and then it was kind of a pussy, text conversation. But I was just I just don't want to deal with it. I don't owe anybody any sort of the service that I paid for is not being met, and that's just it, you know what I mean? The two men pant as they sprint.
not once looking back as they round the corner into the adjoining corridor. The creature almost has them, but slips upon attempting the sharp turn. It crashes into the wall of a conference room with a sharp screech, the sound setting the two men's nerves ablaze as they continue to run at a full and reckless pace. "Quick!" Vasquez yells, opening the lobby door, then slamming it behind him as the cameraman passes through it. He grabs a steel handle mop. Joel dumps you over text, and if he sees you out in the streets, he runs you over. Pretty much. I'm like running it through my head like, okay, if I see him, like, do I have to kill him? Do I have to kill this guy? That's what I told my partner about the spider in my bed. He kissed my neck. Just a smooch. He's so bad at gossip. How am I bad at I'm bad at gossip? Your standards are... Oh, how did he take it there? That's what you were asking. He didn't take it well. I mean, he took it well, but at first he was like, whoa, what? Wait, why? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. I thought we were, like, getting into a groove, but it was just, it was weird. It was, like, on multiple occasions, it was, like, we were, like, when we were in person, it was like we were about to have, like, arguments about stuff, about expectations and stuff, but then we would talk it out. And then it was just that sort of thing where it was, like, I was already on, like, in a mindset, especially when he said to me, like, when we were working together and he said, like, you know, I'd like to train on my own so that, because you're kind of, like, getting in the way, you know what I mean? It was like, what the fuck? And then on multiple times has kind of been like, I mean, if you want to train on your own, if you'd prefer that, but it was just like, what the fuck? You know, it was like this weird overcorrection on his part whenever assessing our scenario. And I'm just, it was like that type of energy where I just kind of felt like, and then the fact that he, like, canceled again for, like, the 6th or 7th fucking session over the course of just, like, a couple months. I'm just like, you know, this is so stupid. Like, sure, I enjoy, like, sleeping in a little bit or whatever, but what's the point? You should put it out a hit on him mob style. I know, if you can't train me, then you get killed with a gun. It's pretty straightforward, guys. I own 3 SKS, and 2 of those 3 are wonderful. They're more accurate than most AK-47. You have to find the old stripper clips. I'm not those new ones, only the old ones. Okay, I'll look into that. I just like the idea of firing SKSs during, like, winter. Like, there's something very, like, visceral and, like, uncomfortable and, like, I don't know, strangely therapeutic about shooting guns in, like, winter. It's kind of poetic, but it's also sad. Maybe he thought you weren't listening to him. No, I don't know. I don't even know. You need to stop being so needy, Joel. It sounds like you were kind of smothering him and placing unrealistic expectations in your relationship. Yeah, it is kind of weird, though, whenever you, like, disconnect from a trainer. It is kind of like trying to, like, tell, like, a friend, like, or someone you're dating, like, hey, we need to break up. We need to see other people. Because, like, I mean, the fact that they, like, do kind of have, and, you know, a reliance upon your money that you're giving them, that's, like, the part that makes me feel the worst, you know? He sounds like a douchebag. It's like he's not a douchebag. He's just, like, seemingly not self-aware, I guess, or something, and kind of a little bit selfish, because, like, his whole thing is he's trying to do, like, a major bodybuilding competition, and, like, just innately, a major bodybuilding competition is in and of itself a very selfish sport. Like, you have to focus on your eating, your thing, your sleep, your whatever. It's like your family, it doesn't necessarily take, like, a side to all of that, but you're very much, like, outside of everyone's routines, you know? Isn't this trainer even a kin? What's a kin? What is a kin? He grabs a steel-handled mop from a nearby bucket and then thrusts the pole through each of the door's rectangular handles. He backs up, turns, and begins running again just in time for the creature to slam into the double doors. It does so with an immense amount of force, and with a steel mop handle bends sharply. Is this the guy that used to stare at you while you're working out? Funny enough, though, like, we started talking to that guy, and the guy that would stare at me while we were working out was actually, like, so nice. There was so many people at the gym that I thought were just, like, not nice people. Like, this one dude looked like Bane. Like, he literally looked like Bane from fucking Batman, and every day he looked like the biggest grouch ever, and that he would just, like, take your head within the palm of his hand and just smush it like a jaguar. But he is actually so fucking nice. And then, yeah, this guy who I thought would rape me, turned out he wasn't a rapist, which is pretty exciting, and he was actually really cool. So it kind of sucks that I have to, like, abandon all those cast of characters to go somewhere else, but whatever. Fuck everything. You can date him, dude. If he's a new father, I'd be concerned for his wife and new child, to be honest. Which I was, you know what I mean? But, like, I don't know, maybe I'm a dickhead. Maybe I actually am an asshole. But it's just, like, so many things, you know what I mean? Like, you just feel like so many people want to push, and maybe it's a culmination of other things in my life where I feel like people take advantage of my kindness a lot, you know? And then maybe I overcorrect in, like, other areas where I shouldn't. But I don't know, man. If you don't set boundaries and you don't set them hard sometimes, it's like people just don't get it. It does so with an immense amount of force, and while the steel mop handle bends sharply, it doesn't break. As Vasquez and the cameraman rush toward the building's exit, he grabs his radio and begins yelling, "Dispatch, be advised!" Oh. "Dispatch, be advised! Got an unknown animal, highly aggressive, we need backup!" 12 Adam, backup is en route, comes the urgent reply, as the two men practically slam into the building's plate glass doors. They sprint across the parking lot, and for a second or two, it seems they've left the creature behind them. Until suddenly, a glass window explodes high above them as the massive feathered beast leaps to the concrete in a shower of glass shards. As the beast continues its silent pursuit, the two men dash into one of the open parking garages and take cover behind the stationary vehicle. They scramble behind the parked maintenance trucks as the creature charges in after them, raking its heavy bone claws against the metal as it lunges. The truck Vasquez is cowering behind absorbs the blow. Then, as the creature steps back and prepares for another strike, the officer responds. He leans out from the truck, raises his pistol, and empties the entire magazine in a rapid, continuous roar. What the fuck was that? That was the roar. A roar. Just thinking this is during fitness and being paid to train you, but feels like you're getting in the way of his training. How does that wife feel? Yeah, you know, I don't know, but I'll be honest with you, like, his bodybuilding shit, like, if you saw this dude, you would just immediately be like, that guy is going to be, like, Mr. Olympia. Like, that guy is going, like, if this guy continues to focus, like, this dude is just, like, born like a Spartan soldier, you know what I mean? And that's kind of why I wanted to work out with him kind of initially, just to, like, maybe, like, passively absorb his muscle or something, you know? But yeah, I mean, it's just going to be some growing pains until he finds his niche. But he's one of those people that's just, like, so physically gifted that, like, something has got to stick at some point with, like, social media. And I do believe that it will. It's just, and I do feel terrible, like, not assisting him in that journey, but I can only do so much before I'm just like, all right, I need to focus on myself. Did you guys see Holland's haircut? Who the hell's Holland? Oh, the soccer player. Let's see, Holland's haircut. He got a buzz cut. He looks so much younger with a buzz cut. That's kind of crazy. Please make Dispatch sound like a heavyweight southern black woman with a maternal edge. Yeah, sweetie, what you going on here? There's a fucking dinosaur! A dinosaur? A fucking dinosaur? What the hell? Are you smoking out there? I told y'all to stop. Alright. 12 dispatch. We got a fucking Plesiosaurus on his ass. I don't know what the fuck he talking about. You probably gonna need a rocket launcher.
I need more than a rocket launcher. This fucking thing needs everybody.
Alright, if you gonna yell at me, I ain't gonna send backup. You gonna yell at me like that, I ain't gonna do shit. Alright. Quit your whining.
He leans out from the truck, raises his pistol, and empties the entire magazine in a rapid, continuous roar of gunfire. Bullets slam into the creature's chest and neck. It recoils with another ear-splitting screech, then quickly backs out of the garage and disappears from view and into the darkness beyond. For a brief moment, neither Vasquez or his cameraman can bring themselves to move. They simply kneel behind one of the trucks, wide-eyed and terrified as they scan the darkness outside. They watch, wait, and listen, before suddenly the roaring engine of a police cruiser can be heard, getting louder and louder as it approaches.
It's about damn time,
Vasquez growls. Moments later, a single set of headlights can be seen briefly illuminating the guard post before a police cruiser smashes through the lightweight barrier and comes tearing into the compound. It comes to a skidding stop in the center of the empty parking lot, tires screeching as the doors fly open. Out step two of Officer Vasquez's colleagues, rifles slung as their eyes find the building and the carpet of broken glass.
The carpet of broken glass.
Might shave my head so I can wear baseball caps all the time. I think that's my new thing. I think I'm a hat guy. Shut up. Who gives a shit? Out step two of Officer... Sorry, I'm just kidding. I'm not actually mad about you being a hat guy. You should wear a fucking yarmulke. That's what you should wear, Justin. Can you imagine if they had yarmulkes, but like you're like a Jewish guy from Texas, so instead of just like a yarmulke, you wear like a little, cowboy hat yarmulke, just like a really, really small cowboy hat. That'd be, or like, you know how like Mexico elected like a Jewish lady as their prime minister or whatever the fuck, the president of Mexico. It'd be funny if she wore like a Mexican, like one of those big Mexican hats, but it's a yarmulke size. Oh, we've got so many options with this scenario. Can you just imagine? Out step two of Officer Vasquez's colleagues, rifles slung as their eyes find the building and the carpet of broken glass that lies before it. Vasquez edges out of the garage, raises his fingers to his lips, and lets rip with a shrill whistle to gain his fellow officer's attention.
Where is it?
One of the backup officers yells.
I don't know,
comes Vasquez's reply.
Just get behind the car, this thing's fast.
Yet the words are barely out of his mouth when something large and heavy leaps from the roof of a nearby building, and then in a blur of dull green feathers and huge scything claw? Is this scything claws?
Scyther! Alright, baby, we got a dinosaur. We got a motherfucking T-Rex on his ass. Somebody gonna have to send in Professor Grant in there. We gonna need a bigger boat, baby.
It's like not even from Jurassic Park, just any movie from Steven Spielberg.
This shit remind me of she's like back at the office. This shit remind me of Independence Day.
The Independence Day. When I do dialogue, do I use a different mic? No, I kind of pull back from it, just like a little bit.
It would be really funny if the dispatcher, like, now what are we working here with, baby? We working with a Palesiosaurus? Does it have reticulated claws? Like, she knows all this shit about, like, dinosaurs for some reason. Does it have plumage on its chest? Is there plumage, baby? You gotta tell me. We gotta bring the right dart.
I don't fucking know. I just ripped my cameraman apart. I don't know.
You gotta be patient with me now. Is it from the Jurassic period?
I think maybe
I actually don't know any other periods of dinosaur. Well, we got Jurassic, we got that sounds kind of Paleolithic, baby. I don't know. Let's read. We inside a live-action podcast, picture perfect, still shot, poolside, reading like cinnamon sweet handsome as a civilian Scythian. Scythian. Then, in a blur of dull green feathers and huge scything claws, the creature crashes. Alright, I actually was supposed to look up how to say this word and I forgot. I've got ADHD, guys. I've got ADHD. I need medication. I need the ones that make me feel good, though. Not the bad ones. The good ones. Sounds Cretaceous, baby. Then, in a blur of dull green feathers and huge scything claws, the creature crashes down into the backup patrol car with a thunderclap of exploding glass and screeching metal. The roof collapses under its weight, its short, awkward arms flailing wildly as its massive claws rake through the air. Both officers tumble away from their car, avoiding the first of the creature's vicious arcs, but quickly find themselves caught in the open. The creature lunges forward as the officers try to level their rifles, but in just a few wild swings of his arms, it slices them to ribbons in what feels like an instant. Once again, Vasquez opens fire on the silent beast, dumping another full magazine into its flank as fast as he can pull the trigger. Wait, so they got chopped into bits. How the fuck did that happen? What did it do? Its claws? It was just like, yeah, like a fucking Mortal Kombat finisher. Shing shing, shing shing. And then their heads just like slowly slough off. And I got a favorite scary story, Joel's, I can listen to tonight. One that sticks out like a hemorrhoid. Let's see. We got. Honestly, you're probably gonna want to listen to the Bigfoot video from way back. Top 10 biggest foots. Pradeep's digging around in the shit box right now. Let me give him a second. Take your time, baby. Nobody's rushing you. I walked out into my kitchen. I forgot what for. What did I come out here for? Walked out into my kitchen. You probably wanted a fork. A fork to spread peanut butter onto a bagel. Because you don't have a butter knife for some reason. But you should go get some. What's up, Eric? I keep thinking you're calling me anytime I hear Feather while I'm searching on my own. Your name is Feather? Joel, look up Therizinosaurus. This better be porn. Therizinosaurus. Holy fuck, that's exactly it. That's 100% what this... Alright, let me just clarify. It sounds like you're dealing with a Therizinosaurus. Okay, baby, well. Does it have an elongated neck and a beaked truncle? I don't know. Just chasing it around back and forth in the yard. Keep calm. What did I have for dinner? I had falafel. No, it's not falafel. What's the bullshit where you put like Middle Eastern food into like basically a burrito, but it's like soft pita bread?
You know what I'm saying? Dude, Pradeep is getting in there with his shitbox right now. Can you guys hear that? I sent you a story that isn't practically scary. How long does the average story take to be read? Is good enough? I guess I'll have to, I have like editors. Yeah, shawarma. Thank you, Justin. I got some shawarma. Chicken related shawarma. It's a Therizinosaurus, run! Like knows exactly what it is. Dispatch, we got a Therizinosaurus here! Send a huge net. Send a comedically large banana peel. That'd be funny if, like, that was the jump in lethality for, like, officers. Like, before they get to their taser gun or their normal gun, they, like, deploy a tactical banana peel to try to get you to slip in it. It never really works, and usually gets people killed. Facts for Joel. A Theramassive claws has possessed the longest claws of any known animal in history, measuring over 3 feet long from its front dig. Okay, that makes more sense. But it just, I guess if that's like its attack pattern, it's just like, sha-sha-sha-sha! Sha-sha-sha-sha-sha-sha-sha-sha! Like it's fucking Wolverine or some shit. Tornado claw! Swiss cheese! Swiss cheese! Alright, bub. You guys think dinosaurs had pretty colors like tropical birds? I think so. I like to think so. I was listening to your podcast on Spotify. Helps me sleep. That's awesome. Thanks for listening. Pocket sand. Somebody comes up in the street. Hey, I love your podcast. And I'm just go, pocket sand, right in their face. Just kidding. All right. Back to the story about Baraka. Once again, Vasquez opens fire on the silent beast, dumping another full magazine into its flank as fast as it can pull the trigger. The creature throws its head back, letting out a deafening primordial roar before it bolts for cover. Vasquez reloads his weapon, but by the time he can bring it to bear again, the creature vanishes behind a building in a blur of earthy... Do I like gyros? I do, yeah, they're so good. Vasquez reloads his weapon, but by the time he can bring it to bear again, the creature vanishes behind a building in a blur of earthy green feathers and thumping feet, leaving behind a mess of blood, torn cloth, and chopped meat. A brief and horrible silence descends on the compound as a shell-shocked Vasquez struggles to comprehend what he's just witnessed. The ruined patrol car's engine ticks over as the pool of blood beneath the mass of lifeless flesh grows larger and larger. He then turns and commands the cameraman back into the garage.
Back inside, now!
He barks, his voice saturated with terror. The two men return to the cover of the garage, crouching behind the engine block of a truck. Vasquez keys his radio, his voice tight and urgent.
12 Adam to dispatch. 2 officers down,
he says. The anguish is heavy in his voice.
It got him. The animal, it fucking cut him to pieces. I need additional heavy armored units. I need them now. Copy 1-2 Adam. Fuck. Copy 12 Adam. Armed police helicopters already inbound.
Comes the calm but firm reply.
ETA 2 minutes. Hang tight. Oh, thank God.
Vasquez breathes a sigh of relief off mic before a horrifying thought takes hold.
Dispatch. Tell them not to fly too low. This thing, it could climb.
He says into his radio.
Copy that, 1-2.
Fucking keep saying 1-2. Cocksucking fuck. Pocket sand. Yeah, guys, listen. If you ever see me in the streets, don't come too close. You will get pocket sand. Sanded. You will get sanded down. Turned into a smooth rock. Astral, thank you. Good to see you. What's up?
Copy that, 12 Adam. All air units to maintain minimum altitude.
No sooner has Vasquez's radio stopped buzzing, but the thump of a distant rotor. You need to get into VA for video games. Would be sweet, because like I do pretty good off the cuff usually, but if I'm given enough practice and enough guidance, towards what they want the character to be, I'm pretty good at that too. I feel like I can do it. I don't know. Maybe they'll just only hire AI actors in the future. Who knows? No sooner has Vasquez's radio stopped buzzing, but the thump of distant rotor blades can suddenly be heard. As its spinning blades reach a thunderous volume, the helicopter crew announce their arrival with a large search. As its spinning blades reach a thunderous volume, the helicopter crew announce their arrival with a large searchlight beam which sweeps back and forth about the compound. Vasquez leans out, but to his horror, their unsuccessful search for the creature is causing the helicopter to drift lower and lower toward the building.
No, no, no!
Vasquez breaks from the garage at a run, waving his arms and shouting,
Hey!
He screams,
You're too low! You're too low! Pull up!
But it's already too late. From the roof of a nearby building, the feathered beast suddenly launches itself into the air. It lunges for the helicopter's landing skids, monstrous claws outstretched. It makes contact, but fails to gain purchase and falls flailing to the concrete below. Yet the impact is still enough to throw the aircraft off balance. The chopper tilts as the beast's claws rake against the landing skids. It then hangs in the air for a second, and then slams down onto its side in a shriek of metal and shattering glass. But thankfully, it doesn't explode.
Jesus fucking Christ!
The cameraman yells, training his lens on the wreckage as the rotor blades slow and then stop. Once it's deemed safe, dazed survivors begin crawling from the downed chopper. Yet as they do, the creature begins to find its feet.
Get to cover!
Vasquez yells. What do you think CERN put in their time capsule? A couple of comics? Chuck E. Cheese pin? A Furby? They have a time capsule? Why the fuck do they need a time capsule? What are we reading this evening? We are reading Cops, The Lost Tapes, number 3. Pretty fucking sweet, if you ask me. Joel played Spencer in a compilation story recently issued and I was rooting for the bad guy. I played Spencer? Oh, was it Baraska? The thing with, Dark Somnium? What are you on today, Joel? You're tripping unlike before and I'm frothing. Feels like I'm in a theater with the speakers turned up to the max. Yeah, get it. We need to start doing my live streams we need to rent out an IMAX, I think. Is what we should do.
Get to cover!
Vasquez yells,
Go! Now!
but the survivors cannot move fast enough. Wait, who are the survivors? Can someone answer me that? I thought it was just him and the fucking cameraman. Who are the survivors? We had a random group of people with guns get like sliced to cheese. Was it the people in the fucking helicopter? Did he even have time to get to them? Or was there like a shit ton? Do you think the sweet black dispatch lady showed up with a bazooka? Hey baby, you know this is the only thing that's gonna kill that thing. Have you seen the Egyptian vase with brontosauruses painted on them? I have one at home. I bought one. You remember the Nickelodeon time capsule? I do not know. All I remember is every episode of everything I watched on Nickelodeon had a very strong hyperfixation on feet. They survived the helicopter crash? Dude, I feel like even if you survive, like, how are you supposed to, like...
Where's the monster? I guess maybe if I read, I'll find out, huh? Did I read the story already? Got a deja vu moment with that read? Yeah, this was probably sent... I think this exact story was sent in by 9 different people who had the same experience. It's probably sent in from all the officers that were attacked by dinosaurs. But the survivors cannot move fast enough. Within seconds, the creature is back on its feet. It closes the distance in little more than 2 or 3 bounds, then tears into the dazed men with terrifying ferocity. Ferocity. What do you think about people who ate cheese? They're probably little babies, I guess. It closes the distance in little more than 2 or 3 bounds, then tears into the dazed men with a terrifying ferocity. But perhaps most disturbingly, it does so silently. Only the screams of doomed men can be heard, cut short by swings of... Only the screams of doomed men can be heard, cut short by swings of the beast's gigantic curved talons. Then one by one, their screams fall silent amidst a frenzy of brutal, arcing strikes. Vasquez doesn't wait.
Come on, let's go!
The cameraman follows as they sprint hard across the open ground towards the patrol car, still parked by the guard hut. The creature stays distracted for a few moments, tearing strips of flesh from the bodies of the dead with its teeth. But upon catching sight of the fleeing duo, instinct compels it to give chase. The creature's heavy footfalls can be heard behind them almost immediately. The cameraman looks over his shoulder, letting out an involuntary yelp of mind-breaking terror as his feet pound concrete. Vasquez reaches the driver's door and all but throws himself in. The engine roars to life as he twists the key, and he barely waits for the cameraman to drive into the... To dive. So yeah, spent the entire night having a sleepover in the ER Saturday. It sucked, and now I'm going down for the count, not being able to do much. They almost kept me all weekend in case I need surgery. Dang. Wait, did we figure out what happened? Were you already talking about it? I have the best news. I got a blue guarantee scholarship, and U of M is paying for the last year of school. Nice, dude. That's amazing. A blue guarantee. Joel, stop doing your job and give us attention. What does my attention require, young Justin? What's up, Blueberry? The engine roars to life as he twists the key, and he barely waits for the cameraman to dive into the passenger seat before slamming the cruiser into reverse. Its headlights shine into the compound, illuminating the charging creature as it silently closes the gap. Vasquez puts his foot down, reversing as fast as the cruiser will go, but the creature is faster. Its long, powerful legs drive it forward in massive strides, each foot pumping with thundering pace. Yet when it's just seconds away from driving its claws through the windshield, a sudden and sustained hail of bullets tears through its body. The torrent of tungsten-tipped bullets cuts the creature almost in half, sending a spray of blood and feathers into the air as it collapses mid-stride and falls dead on the road. Vasquez brakes hard, bringing the car to a skidding stop, and for several seconds, the only sound is labored breathing and distinct but distant drone. Distant drone. Oh, they got a helicopter with a fucking sick-ass gun. Remember when my leg was hurting, you said it might be sciatica? It wasn't. It was a huge blood clot. Oh my god, I'm sorry about that. I guess I should have asked the other symptoms. I'm glad you got them to look into it, though. Jesus. I'm doing my nails while listening to you, and this is my new nail gel's not applying well. Has anyone used Apris? Apris? No, never heard of it. Been working hard, finally paying off. That's good, C-Money. Congratulations. Vasquez brakes hard, bringing the car to a skidding stop, and for several seconds, the only sound is labored breathing and distinct but distant drone.
You okay?
Vasquez asks. The cameraman doesn't move. He simply stares out the windshield in complete and utter disbelief.
Yeah, I'm good.
He finally says before asking,
Is that?
His question is answered as the distant drone picks up a pitch and the familiar sound of a large helicopter is once again heard. Both men watch as a second airborne air bounce. Is air bounce a thing? Is that what it is? Hopefully it's the dispatch lady that's on the helicopter gun. I knew my service is gonna be needed, baby. An air bounce is a specialized throwing technique in sport like ultimate frisbee. Okay. No. This is not an ultimate frisbee episode, though that would be interesting. I enjoyed finishing the dishes while listening to. Thank you, Karis. Both men watch as a second airborne searchlight illuminates the ground ahead of them, scanning back and forth until it fixes on the creature's bisected body. A large black helicopter comes into view, hovering overhead. Vasquez stays seated as it descends smoothly and then settles near the creature's corpse.
Dispatch, this is 12 Adam. Dispatch, this is 12 Adam.
He says dully, his mind exhausted by the previous hour's events.
The animal is down, but I don't know what the fuck I got.
As the doors of the black helicopter slide open, men in black uniforms and tactical gear pour out. They move fast and professionally, rifle raised as they surround the patrol car.
What the fuck did we do?
The cameraman whimpers.
It's not what we did, kid.
Vasquez replies, raising his hands in the air.
It's what we saw. Out of the vehicle! Hands where we can see them!
One of the black uniform men orders. Vasquez and the cameraman comply, and within moments, each is in custody with their wrists secured and a thick black cloth over their heads. One of the unmarked black uniform men steps forward, takes the camera from the cameraman's hands without a word, and powers it down. The feed cuts to black, transitioning slowly to a silent, flashing COPS logo. The logo fades, replaced by an image of a marked patrol unit gliding down a stretch of dusk-lit highway. Twin Falls, Idaho, the caption reads. The shot transitions to the inside of a patrol car, where a young, bespectacled officer speaks. Bespectacled. A young, bespectacled fella. What did you dress up for Halloween the last time you wore a costume? I think I was... Where's Waldo? Where the hell is Waldo? The Germans are looking for Waldo. Where is he? Oh, man. Biggest fan, 8175. Hey, Joe, I don't know if you remember me. It's been a while, but how's life been treating you? Life is good, man. Can't complain. Just need to find some new stuff. How you been? What have you been up to? The shot transitions to the inside of a patrol car,
where a young, bespectacled officer speaks with eyes on the road ahead.
It's a good community overall, mostly supportive. And teamwork solid with chances to jump on SWAT or K9,
the officer says. Officer Mike Williams, the caption reads.
Between the staffing shortages and the constant go, it can get pretty exhausting at times. But I'm proud every day to do this job, and I feel lucky to get to do it.
Dusk has settled on the landscape, splashing the horizon with pinks and golds as stars blink to life in the skies above. Officer Williams, a 10-year veteran of the Twin Falls Police Department, keeps his speedometer at a steady 55. The 2-lane blacktop is empty except for the occasional distant semi, but he knows better than to expect a calm evening. Then, just seconds later, he spots a lone figure.
If YouTube didn't exist, do you think you'd still be a nurse, or would you have to quit that anyway? No, I'd probably still be a nurse, honestly. It would have been the best job. Maybe I would have found a different style of nursing where it's more chill and, I don't know, maybe try. I have no fucking clue, honestly. Who knows, maybe I'd still be in the exact same spot. Or maybe I would have gone to some other venture, just out of sheer annoyance,
Then, just seconds later, he spots a lone figure traipsing down the soft shoulder. As he gets closer and slows his vehicle, Williams realizes the man's bare feet are slapping against the gravel, which is a mess of long, tangled hair. I'd open an OnlyFans, that's a good point, yeah. I'd be on Foot Finder instantaneously, selling and purchasing pictures. Have you ever wanted to try helicopter nurse? No, dude, fuck helicopters. I'm not saying they always crash, but they certainly don't not crash. I feel like I'd be the one in the... And I don't know, I remember the helicopter nurse people who responded to the more serious stuff. It's they'd be on call for 24 hours straight, or, a full weekend straight. And I guess if you get your days in and then you get the whole week to just chill, maybe that's cool, but I've never really liked the high octane life. I feel like I do well in it, but I just never liked it, You never nurse like Joey's keeping his patients overjoyed and jolly. I do. Every time I go into a patient's room, I usually tickle them until they're giggling. Hey, from East Tennessee. Hello. Hello. I come in. Hello, it's me, Nurse Joel. So, kind of awkward, but I don't know if they already told you. You have AIDS. Yeah, it's not looking good. Full blown, probably in your butt or something. I don't know. Anyways, if you need anything, we'll see you in the morning. And I just turn the light off and slam the door. Boosh. It is currently 2 p.m. when I did that. As he gets closer and slows his vehicle, Williams realizes the man's bare feet are slapping against the gravel, while a mess of long, tangled hair falls between his shoulders. But what draws the eye the most is the complete absence of clothing. The man's naked body and full beard are covered only by grime and filth, and despite walking on gravel, he moves with a strangely relaxed gait, as if the soles of his feet boast thick, lathery calluses. Lathery? I think they meant leathery. Probably leathery. Love you as a nurse. You're giving the worst news, but with a smile. So we are out of mashed potatoes. Very sorry to say that. It turns out you are a diabetic. Ooh, no sugar. What's your least favorite part about being a nurse? Probably just my coworkers. And then the one thing I always disliked about it was you'd be having such a good day, right? And then you go into nursing, and then it's just you get to your shift, you clock in, you log in, you have some mean person being okay, I'm ready to get out of here. Come on. I'm a bitch. I'm a fucking bitch. I'm a 24/7 bitch. And then they just, all of a sudden, a bunch of people that you never met before in your life
are now your fucking problem. And like all of their issues, all of them at their like lowest point is like what you got to deal with for the next fucking 12 to 16 hours or whatever the hell. And it's, you know, if you can get them in like a good spot where they're chilling, like you're doing good. But it's basically, it's kind of like being a server at a restaurant, but everybody's sick and dying, which is kind of like the same as, I guess, working at a restaurant. Depends on what kind. Maybe it's like a diner where the people are old. And despite walking on gravel, he moves with a strangely relaxed gait, as if the soles of his feet boast thick, leathery calluses. Officer Williams eases his cruiser onto the shoulder about 20 feet behind the roadside hiker, and then after hitting his light bar, he keys his radio. 3 David 7, I got a 1015, possible 5150, he says. I got a naked male eastbound on Highway 30, just past mile marker 214. Starting out with him now. As Williams opens his door and steps out of his car, his cameraman follows, keeping his shot steady as the officer walks around to the shoulder. Excuse me, sir, Williams calls out politely. The man stops and turns. Twin Falls PD, I need you to stop right there. And keep your hands where I can see them, please. The man stands motionless for a second, his eyes gently reflecting the strobing reds and blues. Then he throws his head back and unleashes a cracked, high-pitched squeal of delighted laughter. Well, howdy, officer, he says with a wide smile. You're not planning on arresting me now, are you? Well, sir, considering your state of undress, that's exactly what I was planning on doing, Williams says with polite authority. So if you don't mind, turn around and place your hands behind your back for me. With another squealed cackle, the man complies, turning his back to Williams before holding his wrists at the small of his back. You're making a mistake, officer, he says. A very big mistake. Williams ignores the comments, cuffing the man without resistance before leading him to his cruiser. The man is all sinew and old scars, reeking of earth and something sharper and muskier, like the smell of a dog picks up. The smell of frog picks up in the froggy world. Hello, kitty. What are you doing? It's like I look down and Pradeep's there, but I can't really quite see him. Canadians are required to walk around our igloos 3 times with the turkey we choose to eat. We know what you're into. Like the smell a dog picks up when it's been caught in the rain. The man continues to chuckle to himself as he's guided into the back seat of the cruiser. Both Williams and his cameraman then climb into the front, the lens now focused on the scuffed but permeable partition which separates them from their prisoner. As William restarts his engine and pulls his cruiser back onto the highway, the prisoner leans forward and pushes his dirt-encrusted face against the steel mesh. Where are you taking me? He asks Williams. Twin Falls PD, main station, the officer replies. We'll be there in about an hour. The man grins, baring yellow teeth that are thick with grime, and again begins to laugh. We're not gonna make it, officer, he says. And why's that? William asks. You'll see, the man replies, before turning his gaze to before turning his gay butt. What's up, soup wifey? How we doing? Does Pradeep get along with other cats? No. We had taken care of one years ago for like a short period of time. And they were at each other's throats for a while. He eventually got along with them. They were like best buddies. But he was a bully. He would beat the shit out of that cat all the time. But then they would also like lay together and groom each other and stuff, so. You ever wonder if anybody in the chat is a bot mimicking human conversation? Yeah, I mean, it's possible, I guess. Before turning his gaze to the camera lens and breaking the fourth wall, the whole world's gonna see. As the cruiser continues down the highway, the last of the daylight ebbs away. The sun sinks behind the western ridges, throwing long blue shadows across the valley. Pink and purple streaks cool till they're a dark purple, the changing light robbing the sagebrushes of their golden tint and turning them a dull gray-green as a fat, pale moon rises over the southern hills. It washes the sagebrush and asphalt with cold silver light, and in the back seat, the prisoner grows restless. He rocks back and forth, muttering to himself. Then, while he stifles laughter, he begins smashing his head into the metal partition.
Hey!
Williams barks.
Stop! Or you'll be tased.
The man ignores him, his breath quickening, and despite the late autumn chill, he begins to break out in sweats. The cameraman keeps his lens on the prisoner, struggling to keep the shot steady as he records his strange behavior. Then suddenly, after about 20 minutes of driving, and with a full moon now high in the sky, it begins. The prisoner winces in pain, letting out an agonizing and protracted growl as he cradles his head in his hand.
Sir?
Williams asks.
You all right back there?
The man doesn't respond. He simply continues to grip his own skull as blood begins to trickle from his nostrils.
His nose is bleeding,
the cameraman says softly.
God damn it,
Williams says with a roll of his eyes.
Hey, is this a thing that happens? Or do you need to go to the hospital?
But still, the man says nothing. As the trickle of dark nasal blood spills across his lips and into his beard, the man's body seizes. His arms and legs thrash against the restraints and seat as a guttural choking sound rises from his locked jaw. Williams curses, hits the brakes hard and skids onto the shoulder, just in time for the man in the back seat to void his bowels in a wet, stinking rush that fills the car.
Dude, I think he just shit himself,
the cameraman says, punctuating his point with a dry, disgusted retch. Williams, however, does not bat an eyelid.
Dispatch, this is 3 David 7. My 1015 is in a full medical emergency. Seizures, bleeding from nose and ears. I need med unit and backup. Highway 30 eastbound, mile 221. I'm stopping to render aid.
Williams throws his car into park, then after jumping out, he yanks open the rear door.
Shouldn't we get him to a hospital?
The cameraman asks.
We'll be delivering a fucking body if he chokes on his tongue,
Williams says with a wary kind of calm. He climbs halfway onto the back seat, grabbing at the man's hair to keep it from slamming against the partition. Blood soaks his sleeve as he jerks the man's head. Curious too, has Pradeep ever attacked you? I have an orange cat that is called Puss Puss in Boots. He attacks me sometimes.
Sometimes I'll be walking around on the phone and like he'll, for some reason, take my pacing as like some sign that he needs to like hunt me. And so like he'll just like burst out of corners to be like, yeah, see, yeah. And it is quite startling. But sometimes if he'll be like laying on top of me in bed while I'm scrolling, doom scrolling, and I'll be petting him and he'll be like rolling around on his back and stuff, and I'll be petting his stomach. Eventually it seems like after like 20 minutes of just like petting, he just gets a little rambunctious and like wants to use my hand as like a tool for fighting. And I will oblige him, I truly will. I don't like the Canadian government though. I think they don't respect your God-given rights, but I guess most people don't mind less gun, but I would. Canada is very beautiful though. Hope to visit. Yeah, the governments are not the nicest things, are they? That does make me feel better, but don't sell yourself. You have Valley and you are loved. Don't sell your body. Okay, I'll do my best. Why did you stop on jerk the man's head? I started jorking it. It started making me want to jork mid-sesh. Joel's ripping these stories. I do feel pretty good, honestly. We're in like a good flow state. Blood soaks his sleeve as he jerks the man's head back. His mouth and nose are pouring with it, with blood now welling in his eyes and tracking slowly down his cheeks like this thin crimson tears. They get overstimulated by petting and have to attack. It's instinct. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Little fricker. Little stinky fricker. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Right at my feet. Right where I want him. You're making a bag? Interesting. Blood soaks his sleeve as he jerks the man's head back. His mouth and nose are pouring with it, with blood now welling up in his eyes and tracking slowly down his cheeks like thin crimson tears. Williams tries dragging the man across the seat in a vain attempt to place him in the recovery position, but that is when the... Can we get some drums playing? What kind of drums do you want to hear? Native American? Did you have a favorite scrub brand when you were a nurse? No, I hated all the scrubs. I just it used to annoy the shit out of me that they weren't very flexible. I should have got probably Under Armour brand or some shit. I remember for a long ass time I had these scrubs that were patient scrubs that I don't even know where I got them from, probably from my brother or something. But I used to wear them to run in the forest because, you wear long sleeve light stuff because of ticks and stuff like that. And then I eventually wore them to work, but they had a rip in the knee. And I always used to get a bunch of shit because my scrubs had holes in them. Not all of them, but those particular ones were so comfortable. Latex scrubs. Yeah, I just want a full body suit. Just basically yoga. I should have worn yoga pants as a nurse and a yoga shirt. Just straight Under Armour outfits. That'd be funny as hell, though. But that is when the man begins to change. It starts with his spine. A series of dull, wet cracks seem to roll up the man's back, causing his torso to arch intensely. He grimaces, a strangled groan escaping his throat as he rolls onto his front, revealing a sickening shifting under the skin as vertebrae visibly lengthen. The flesh covering his shoulders bubbles and stretches as his shoulder blades widen and migrate. His ribcage seems to pop as it widens and expands, sending another jolt of agony through him. He throws himself onto his back, clawing at his chest as the cavity seems to deepen and his sternum pushes forward. Skin that was already stretched tight now tears in fine red lines along the flanks, causing rivulets of blood to course down his sides.
Dispatch!
Williams cries as he...
Dispatch!
Williams cries as he keys his radio.
Where the fuck is that medical?
But his eyes are only glued to the man's sides for a second or two, as with the next series of sickening cracks, his eyes are drawn to the man's fingers. Each of them seems to be stretching before William's eyes, making a sound like the green wood splitting. His knuckles begin to swell to the size of walnuts. Then, as his bones continue to lengthen, the man's fingernails grow, thick and dark and curved. The palms of his hands begin to broaden, as thick pads of dark callous flesh seem to push their way up through the skin. His legs begin to convulse now, his femurs cracking and stretching as his knees violently reverse themselves with loud, stomach-churning pops of grinding cartilage. The man reaches for them in agony, in a seemingly vain attempt to prevent the transformation. Then, with his hands free of the door, Officer Williams slams it shut and locks it.
What the fuck, Mike?
The cameraman says.
He needs help.
Williams simply shoves the cameraman toward the blowlip glass. He is turning into a monster. I have interrograde amnesia, in case you're wondering why I'm so excited every time I see you reading online. Yo, let's read, ha ha ha. You just like forget what this channel is every time. Who is this? This is good. It seems like a werewolf story. That's the vibe I'm getting, baby. And it is a full moon. Ow! Ow! Oops. As soon as I start howling, Pradeep shows up. Get in here, bud. It's wolfing time. He's so funny because you like start, patting his butt or whatever, get him excited, and then he just immediately falls onto his side and like rolls over. He's so cute. He's so cute. Okay. Z positive blood type. I'm a hybrid. Who are you mixed with? William simply shoves the cameraman toward the bulletproof glass of the window and yells at him to record. Holding the lens up to the glass, the cameraman captures the moment the man's feet begin to rupture. His toes seem to fuse before extending metatarsals stretch his feet into long claw paws. You got a 17-year-old wolf dog, too. She'll be 18 next month on 9/11. A 17-year-old wolf dog? What? Wait. Is that a type of cat? Because dogs don't live to be... Like, big dogs don't live to be 18, do they? I hate you, Joel, because you're reading a story that distracts me from chatting. Sorry, dude. I also have to take a very large piss. Can I go take a very large piss and be right back?
I'm back. Alright. Sorry about that. It's me, Margaret. Thanks for sticking around, guys. We don't got much further to go here. Ugh.
Williams simply shoves the cameraman toward the bulletproof glass of the window and yells at him to record. Holding the lens up to the glass, the cameraman captures the moment the man's feet begin to rupture. His toes seem to fuse before extending metatarsals. Stretch his feet into long, clawed paws. Dense patches of dark, coarse hair begin to erupt along his shins and forearms. It is stiff, almost like quills. It is stiff, almost quill-like at the tips, and forces its way out through bleeding follicles. But the worst is what occurs to the man's face. The cameraman catches the moment the man's jaw dislocates, and then with a sound not unlike a series of chicken bones snapping in half, it pushes forward into a muzzle. Cheekbones crack and flare as his nose flattens and blackens in a huge wet snout. His teeth come loose, falling away as he grinds them together, only to be immediately replaced by fangs which punch through bleeding gums. The man's eyes cloud, pupils contracting to thin vertical slits, while his ears morph into sickening pointed parodies of themselves. Dude, this makes me excited for the movie Werewolf by Zach Egg, or whatever his name is. Call me on my cell phone, late night when I need your love. Call me on my cell phone. He's just too lazy to wipe, but also his BMs just slide out clean. Yeah, everything's just been a perfect ghost wipe my whole life. My butthole is cleaner than an Asian porn star's. When Joel steps away, the chat turns into like the class behaves when the teacher leaves the classroom. And Amber is my top teacher's pet. There to tattletale on all of you. Late night when I need your love. The man's eyes cloud, pupils contracting to thin vertical slits, while his ears morph into sickening pointed parodies of themselves. Suddenly, what remains of the man lets out his final scream. Those that follow are deeper, rougher, something more like a roar or a howl. The transformation takes no more than 2 minutes, but by its end, the cameraman is backed away from the glass in terror. Deputy Williams has his hands on his holster, his face a mask of pallid shock.
Dude, fucking shoot it!
Screams the cameraman, as handcuffs strain, then snap in sharp metallic. Screams the cameraman, as the handcuffs strain, then snap with sharp metallic pangs. The beast fills the backseat of the cruiser, shoulders jammed against the roof. It then turns, fur matted with blood in its own voided waist, and locks into cloudy eyes onto Williams.
Mike, what the fuck are you waiting for? Shoot!
The cameraman screams again. Williams levels his pistol, but it's far, far too late.
The creature bashes away the bulletproof glass panel, then drags itself out of the vehicle. Steam rising from its body in the frigid night air as it tumbles from the broken window and unfolds itself onto the road. Williams and his cameraman back up, the officer working to adjust his aim. Then, as the creature rears up on its Your voice has that alternative vibe. Thank you. Gracias. Oh my god. Wait, digitigrade.
What is that?
Digitigrade. Of a mammal walking on its toes and not touching the ground with its heels as a dog, cat, or rodent. News story, Wolfman and the Ghost Wife. Interesting. Who's the Ghost Wife? Late night when I need your love. Call me on my cell phone. My video was paused for the last minute. I didn't notice. Oh my gosh. Welcome back. Hey, good night, S. Take care. Williams and his cameraman back up, the officer working to adjust his aim. Then, as the creature rears up on its digitigrade legs, at least 2 feet taller than either of them, the officer does not hesitate. He empties the magazine of his Glock into the great lupine beast, sending 12 rounds of 9mm hollow point punching into its broad, furred chest and shoulders at near point-blank range. Call me on my cell phone. I've offered my services, but they are not willing to accept yet. By the time anybody listens, it'll be too late. This is exactly how you lose a Ming and a person. I gotta be honest, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you referencing something from earlier? He empties the magazine of his Glock into the great lupine beast, sending 12 rounds of 9mm hollow point punching into its broad, furred chest and shoulders at near point-blank range. The impacts stagger it, ripping gouts of blood and meat away from its frame. Yet no sooner are the wounds inflicted, they begin closing and healing with this preternatural speed. William's pistol is now empty, but the creature is barely slowed. Panic flows like ice through both men's veins. Williams tries to reload, but the beast advances, claws flexing, head low with a low continuous growl rumbling in its chest. It lunges, swinging a claw hand at Williams' direction, but the officer is already throwing himself backwards, and the swing results in nothing but a hair-raising whoosh as its claws sail within just inches of his face. The beast bounds away, then turns sharply as a supine Williams reloads his pistol. He fires as it circles them, unleashing a roar of defiance as he does, but the second magazine does no more than the first.
Mike!
The cameraman yells suddenly.
Here! Take it!
A thin, glittering neck chain flies into the shot and towards the downed officer. What do you throw? Joel went to the bathroom with socks, came out with socks. Went to the bathroom with socks on, came out with socks? Without socks on. What's my favorite genre of music? Oh man, I mean, I listen to the liquid drum and bass on here all the time, which I really do love. But I mean, I just love like experimental electronic stuff. Maybe what they call intelligent dance music, IDM. My mom has dementia-like symptoms from calcification of blood vessels in the brain, and nobody in my family will listen that she needs help. Oh, damn. Fucking, yeah. Sorry about that. Bizarre Bub uploaded recently, Joel. Can we play a clip or two before the live stream ends? Maybe we hold off on that because I kind of got to go to bed here after this, probably. I mean, how long is the video, actually? We haven't watched a Bizarre Bub vid in many moons.
Slipknot? You think I would be a Slipknot fan? I mean, I don't hate Slipknot, but I never really listened to it growing up. And I mean, I like all types of music. It's all just awesome. So I've been to a rave. I've been to some stuff with like electronic music. I don't go to like too much live music that often. A thin, glittering neck chain flies into the shot and towards the downed officer. It lands just a few feet away, and for a moment, he simply stares at it in confusion. Yet after a sudden flash of recognition, he scrambles towards it, yanks it from the... Yet after a sudden flash of recognition, he scrambles towards it, yanks it from the ground, and finds his feet as the beast begins to charge. Williams wraps the chain around his right knuckles, pulling it tighter and tighter with each loop. He looks up to see the beast has closed the distance in mere seconds and prepares to defend himself. He knows he has just one chance to save his life, and how all that currently separates him from meeting his maker is timing. He waits, trembling in place as the beast lunges, then meets it where he stands. Meets it where he stands. Meets him where he stands. He waits, trembling in place as the beast lunges, then... Okay. Call me on my cell phone. Do I like Tool or Perfect Circle? I do. I went to a Tool concert one time. I like Tool, but Tool just seems like one of those bands sometimes that you put on whenever you're like, you know, trying to get over heroin withdrawals, or maybe you've like decided to end your own life in a bathtub or whatever. And then that's pretty much the soundtrack that you listen to as you fade into oblivion. And it's not to say that I don't like them, it's just that their music feels like opiates. And I don't mean that in like a good way. I mean like you don't want to be addicted to opiates type way. But at the same time, it feels pretty nice. And then Perfect Circle, like I love that one song that they do. I forget what it's called, like Tres Leches or something like that. But it's very good. Hoobastank's fine, you know. And the reason is you. Fleetwood Mac's good. Zeppelin, yeah. I mean, I love everything really. Appreciado of the music talents. But I don't know. I really like electronic shit. Sounds like the band Creed. Yeah, Creed's definitely up there. I don't know. I do enjoy me some Creed. Probably more beyond just the ironic way. Oh yeah, Coheed and Cambria. Haven't you day? Oh wait, what was the one song? I remember there was like a music video they had when they first kind of like launched, where it was like a music video with like a centaur. I really like that song. Yeah, Smashing Pumpkins is amazing. Love Smashing Pumpkins. Do you know the national anthem? Oh, say, can you see? Oh, say, can you see? Oh, say, can you see? Yeah, death metal's cool, I guess, like while I was lifting, you know, throw that on and just go nuts, but I'm not going to be listening to death metal like in my car. I feel like the shit I listen to in my car kind of has to like have a different energy to it. Why does everyone hate Nickelback? I don't know, they were kind of like the Dane Cook of music back in the day, but Nickelback's fine to me. Never heard music before, is it cool? It's pretty sweet. It kind of affects your emotions in a way that typical rhythm of your breathing just does not slap. Avicii was really good. I actually saw Avicii live, and it was pretty, you know, back in college, and it was just really funny seeing him up there because it was the first time I'd seen like a DJ kind of just be like, yo, like look down and like not really pay attention to the audience. So I'll just kind of like point in the general direction of us, like, this is for you, brothers and sisters. This electronic music by Jack Black. I play pickleball. I never have. I heard it's good though.
He waits, trembling in place as the beast lunges, then meets him where he stands. Before the beast's twin strikes make contact with Officer Williams, his first punch lands solid against his skull. Its skull. So he's like actually fighting a fucking werewolf right now, which is really funny. Have I listened to Royal Blood? I've not. Anyone like Majid Jordan? Never heard of him. Look at this. Look at this graph. Yeah, I had a few albums of Weird Al Yankovic back in the day. They were peak humor to me. Like that one song, like, why does everything have to happen to me? Why does everything have to happen to me? Why do everything... Casey and Manny always take me back to the OG MTV days to see the music video late at night trying to sleep after that wasn't easy. Yeah, the one Tool song where it's like... You know what I'm talking about? I don't know what it's called, but that one was not the fucking song, because I had to wake up like early. My parents would go to work, and I have to like get up and put my ass on the bus, you know what I mean? So it'd be like 6 a.m. watching some fucking like just you're in another dimension on pills fucking Tool shit, and it was just like people like contortionists in weird fucking costumes, like crawling on all fours while like nodding their head up and down. I don't even know what the fuck it was. Yeah, Schism, yeah. And it's like I love that song, but there's something about the visuals for it that just made me like sick inside. And I can't even imagine what it feels, because like at least with Metallica, if you're like the lead singer of Metallica, like everything, like you got the persona, and the persona is just constantly like, we're fucking cool, we're fucking hard and rad, yeah, you know. But with like Tool, it just seems like it's a constant energy and that you have to exist in, where I don't know if I could take myself that seriously. Thai Terrors, welcome to the Butterskull Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Areola Grande. My favorite artist, Big Nipples. Do you think Ariana Grande could squat 500 pounds? Wasn't there some like... Who the fuck was it? Some musical artist I saw recently, maybe it was Ariana Grande in it, but like has some dude in his house who's got like a thing, like a burlap sack over his head, and then by the end of the video he's like eating the person. And I really wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of like do that shit, like they actually eat people. I don't know. I really don't know how anybody can like look at celebrity culture the same after we kind of know all what's going on there. The Nurse Who Loved Me was the only song I could listen to anymore. Not in a current state. Yeah, I don't even know if Areola Grande could do an air squat. Tool, I'm so artsy, my buddy used to say that and crack me up. Ooh, Tool, I'm so artsy. Let's Read is based? Oh yeah, baby. Based as heck. Based as Heckington. Excuse me. Before the beast's twin strikes make contact with Officer Williams, his first punch lands solid against its skull. The silver bursts with white-hot sparks on impact. Its flesh sizzles and blackens. The beast lets out a furious, ear-splitting howl before raking a claw across Williams' left forearm and opening it to the bone. Blood pours down the officer's wrist as he too lets out a yelp of agony, but he does not stop. He drives his silver-wrapped fist into the creature's skull again, and again, and again, aiming for its temple and its snout, its eye socket. Each impact produces a loud, wet crunch that sends off ribbons of smoke from singed fur. The beast claws at him, scouring. What if Ariana Grande just ended up unhinging her jaw and eating that girl who won't stop impersonating her? I kind of fucking hope she does. I hope she's just like an alien gray or a reptilian or something. And just is like, fuck it, dude, I've had a goddamn enough, and just eviscerates any impersonator. How did he have silver on hand like that? I don't know. Somehow the camera guy figured it out, and he was like, Officer Williams, take this! Like it's fucking, we're playing BioShock, I guess, or something like that. Each impact produces a loud, wet crunch that sends off ribbons of smoke from singed fur. The beast claws at him, scoring deep lines across his chest and shoulder. Chest. Wheelchair is the hardest part of a vegetable to eat. Okay, cool. The beast claws at him, scoring deep lines across his chest and shoulder. But Williams keeps swinging, fueled by nothing but the primal will to survive. Finally, one of Officer Williams' wild strikes cracks something vital, and the beast I was kind of hoping to see this fucking werewolf, like, fucking rip someone to shreds. And I'm kind of confused. Do you actually film the videos from this live, or do you re-record it another time? Oh, no, yeah, I'm, like, recording on a separate microphone while we're doing the live stream, so it's like, this is, like, the recording sesh, but I'm also, like, talking to you guys about nothing. And that's pretty much this live stream. I make videos for later, edit them later, and then we talk about the Illuminati. Dude, I thought that Narrate Your Maker was like your second channel for like 3 years. That's awesome. I try listening to it and seeing what people mean by it, and I guess I can kind of see when I listen to him mainly just from like the bass of his microphone being bassy, but I don't really hear my voice in his voice, if that makes sense. Joel is a werewolf fetish? No, this story is purely an analogy of me destroying my werewolf fetish. This werewolf represents how many times I've been asked on the ACX website to do gay werewolf fan fiction. And I say, no longer. No longer will I be subjugated to the gays. They will stay away from my holes, both behind me and my mouth, of which I have made my career with. Both holes. Alright. Finally, one of Officer Williams' wild strikes cracks something vital, and the beast's skull. Damn, dude, I was really, really hoping maybe the cameraman would get eaten and get to hear him scream or something. It's all good. How about lesbian vampire? I can read some lesbian shit if you need me to. I feel like if you had like a lesbian vampire like fan fiction thing, would you even want it read by a man? Don't you think like lesbian spaces are designated solely for women? Or do you think us misogynistic men can come and take that from them as well? I might just have to. Joe got pissed at me in the comments when he asked for a worse story, and your maker sadly lost... Oh, jeez, Justin, that's crazy. Yeah, it's very, very sad story. But it is not me now. Love listening to live. Your humor is much like mine. Yeah, I think it's good to have a good internal tickle. Finally, one of Officer Williams' wild strikes cracks something vital, and the beast's skull collapses under the repeated trauma. One of its cloudy eyes bursts as the officer's fist crushes it. Then after one final clumsy attempt to find its feet, its massive body shudders and collapses to the ground. Williams follows it down, hammering until the soupy interior splashes back at him and the creature lies twitching on the asphalt. The silence that follows is broken only by the sound of the men's ragged breathing. Williams pushes himself to his feet, blood running freely from several deep gashes with the silver chain still wrapped around his knuckles. Is it dead? The cameraman's voice tremors. Yeah, Williams pants. It's dead. A terrible silence falls over the quiet stretch of road. Then as Williams collects himself, he reaches for his radio, but something stops him. With a yelp of pain, he shakes the silver chain from his hand, then raises it to his face to inspect it. Broken and bloody skin, sliced open by shards of fractured bone, begins pulsing and shifting, as at a rapid and unnatural speed his wounds are beginning to heal. As a ghostly full moon hangs pitiless in the sky, a single violent shudder runs through William's body, then another, and another. The cameraman backs away, his equipment still rolling as he stammers out a question. Mike? Mike? He whimpers. Talk to me, man. William's only response is a groan of terrified anguish as a wet crack signals his own spine is beginning to stretch. The change is faster this time. The infection is fresh, and his scream becomes a roar before it's even halfway out of his throat. Bones rearrange with rapid snaps as fur erupts in dark waves across his skin. His face pushes forward into a muzzle, even as the last human awareness drains from his eyes, replaced by the same inhuman cloudiness. The cameraman turns to run, but only makes it 3 short steps before the thing that used to be Officer Williams covers the distance in one bound and drives him to the ground in the gravel. Drives him down into the gravel. And this is how Officer Wolfman comic starts. I just want to say thank you so much. I'm a stay-at-home mom and I'm homeschool. Being able to listen to your stories while doing mundane chores helped me stay sane. Thank you. You're welcome, Jacqueline. It's awesome. I hope homeschooling's going well. My friend homeschooled all of his 7 kids, and they are the nicest children on planet Earth and very well socialized. It's the government propaganda that makes you worry. Real lesbians, can tell their stories best too. We all the same. Okay, fine. I'll let the lesbians have this one. What are your thoughts on the Clancy case? Well, I've been meaning to talk about it, I suppose. Well, not necessarily meaning to talk about it, but I definitely have some thoughts. So, give me all the updates on the Tom Clancy case. What's up, Lucy? Do I know Ella Langley? I don't. She looks like a movie star or a singer or something, but I do not know who she is. Don't ask AI. Well, I've asked it before. Give me some updates on, the case itself. I'm not asking AI to give me opinions. I'm just asking it to give me, the court case updates. I was thinking that your astronaut skull face guy would be a great Halloween costume. It would be a good one, dead astronaut. It's kind of a timeless sort of symbol. How old am I? I'm 36. Old enough to be your grandmother. A really hot one. A really hot grandma. Nancy Clancy is fake. A psyop for gender division. All these huge national cases are fake. Why do you think that, Amber? You think a lot of things are fake. They can find these stories and run them because they know that it amplifies what we naturally are inclined towards, and that's just identity bullshit, right? They don't need to all be fake though, but if there's some evidence that would indicate to you that it is fake, I'm all ears for any conspiracy. I just don't think that this stuff is fake. The Lindsay Clancy case has moved very quickly over the last week, and the trial is now in its final stage. As of early Monday, August 24th, 2026, there is no verdict yet. Court resumes this morning. with jury deliberations likely beginning this week. So, let's see. Clancy is still facing 3 counts of first-degree murder for the January 24th, 2023 deaths of Cora, 5 years old, Dawson, 3 years old, and Callan, 8 months. The separate strangulation charges on her children were dropped before trial because prosecutors considered them duplicative of the murder counts. The defense does not dispute that Lindsay killed the children, so that's one important aspect of the trial, right? That the defense, the people representing Lindsay, do not dispute that she murdered her children. The entire trial has essentially become a fight over whether she was criminally responsible when she did it, which, like, Jesus Christ, you know. The prosecution rested on August 17th after roughly 3 weeks of testimony and dozens of witnesses. The defense then presented its case in less than a week and rested Friday, August 21st. Prosecutors immediately began a short rebuttal case. Today, August 24th, prosecution psychiatrist Dr. Avram Mack is expected back on the stand for continued cross-examination. Prosecutors are expected to call additional rebuttal witnesses afterwards. Closing arguments are anticipated as early as Tuesday, August 25th, followed by jury instructions and deliberations. The defense's biggest new evidence, the most important development, was what the fuck? Oh, this is a lot of shit. You telling me what happened at the beginning? Hey, Finksy, take care. The only thing you need to know is that it's fake, and the fact that it's everywhere on mainstream national news. Real cases never receive the amount of attention. Why is that the only thing I need to know, though? That's just like, kind of just like dismissing everything. Okay, so basically this is what happened at the beginning. On January 24th, 2023, Lindsay Clancy was at home in Duxbury, Massachusetts, with her 3 children, Cora 5, Dawson 3, and Callan 8 months. Her husband, Patrick Clancy, left the house for roughly 20 to 25 minutes to pick up food and medication. While he was gone, prosecutors say Lindsay strangled all 3 children with exercise-resistant bands in the basement. She then went upstairs and jumped from a second-story window in an apparent suicide attempt. Patrick, her husband, came home and found Lindsay injured outside and eventually discovered the children dead in the basement. Cora and Dawson were pronounced dead on that night. Callan was taken to the hospital but died several days later. Lindsay survived the fall but suffered serious spinal injuries and became paralyzed from the waist down. The major issue from almost the very beginning is why she did it. Lindsay has been suffering from severe mental health problems after giving birth and has been prescribed numerous psychiatric medications, had recently undergone inpatient psychiatric treatment, and had expressed fears about her mental state. And so the prosecution's position became she deliberately planned and carried out the killings and knew that they were wrong. Right. The defense's position became she was experiencing postpartum psychosis and was so mentally ill that she was not legally responsible for what she did. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, it's just fucked. Like, she murdered her kids. Like, I don't have any sympathy towards that person. I literally don't give a fuck. Like, whether she was in psychosis or what the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, this, like, abstract thing, because, like, I think it was, like, $1 million was raised by people for her defense, but I just don't know why. Like, what do people see in her case that resonates with them? I mean, yeah, postpartum, like, fluctuations, whether it's from, like, the absorption of a lot of nutrients that, like, messes with a woman's mental health, is definitively a real thing. Postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, perhaps, is even more rare, but I just, like, for me to sit here and, like, have any sort of, like, sympathy towards someone who murdered their own children, who, like, waited until the father was gone, individually took them down into the basement and strangled them with bands, you know, like, I mean, just imagining, like, how long it would take to, like, strangle a child, your child, right? Fucking minutes at a time, just staring at them as their, like, life leaves their body is just so incredibly disgusting and sad. And then not just to do it once, but to do it again, and then again, over the course of seemingly a half hour, and then arrive at the position of, like, you know, killing yourself as well, trying to take, like, what some would argue in any other sort of case of murder, the easy way out. You know what I mean? How many times have you seen like cases of like serial killers where they try to just like end themselves? You know, I just have no sympathy. I really, really fucking do not. I think she deserves to get every... I mean, psychosis isn't pretty, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like what she did is like, oh, dang it. Oh, gee, dang it. Oh, man, that is tough. You know, like, what are you even supposed to, like, think? What is the relatable aspect of what she went through that's supposed to just... I don't know, man. I have no sympathy. Like, fucking death penalty. I don't even fucking give a shit. Like, it's so psycho. It's so fucking psycho to me. I don't even know how to, like, wrap my head around it, bro. I really, really don't. And yeah, there's, like, some weird GoFundMe, like... Let me look that up real quick. So the Musgrove Family Fund, the GoFundMe that blew up on TikTok during the Lindsay Clancy trial, was started by Brandy Mulligan, a Wisconsin TikTok mom, who apparently didn't have a prior personal connection to the Clancy Musgrove family. She reached out and received permission directly from Lindsay's father, Mike Musgrove, before launching it. The money is primarily for Lindsay's parents, Mike and Marla Musgrove, not a legal defense fundraiser for Lindsay herself. Oh, okay, maybe I was wrong about that then. The stated purpose is to help support them for the enormous financial burden of standing by Lindsay over the past several years, which is crazy. I don't even know what... I mean, when you're a parent, I can't imagine, like, going through any of that shit, but things like travel, lodging, living expenses, and relocating, spending extensive time in Massachusetts while Lindsay has been hospitalized and going through the court process. It got huge very quickly. By Friday, August 21st, it had passed 1 million with roughly 31,000 donations. The campaign's stated goal was 2 million. GoFundMe also confirmed that Lindsay... I just don't understand. What are they trying to do? Like, why are they supporting her? She murdered her fucking kids, man. She individually suffocated her children to death, like strangulated them, like in the most horrific fucking premeditated manner in which you could do it. Like, the reason TikTok is such a huge part of the larger online community has developed around this case, particularly women who believe Lindsay was suffering from severe postpartum psychiatric illness and that her family was failed by the mental... Like, what is this idea this family was failed? Like, sure, but was there I'm curious, was there aspects of the system failing her where she expressed... Why failing her? What do you mean the thing, like, this idea of, like, failing her... Like, if she expressed, like, I'm going to kill my kids, like, if she was like, I'm going to fucking kill my kids, you need to do something for me right now, you need to, like, put me in a fucking padded cell this instant, or I'm going home and but this idea that somehow it failed her and caused her to go do this, like, why are we displacing the blame of her fucking premeditative murderous actions of 3 innocent fucking angelic children onto, like, some abstract system so that she doesn't have to take accountability? Like, where is the mental fucking hoops you have to jump through to land at that fucking point? Like, what other murderers ever get this degree of fucking... Oh, well, maybe it's not entirely her fault. Like, where do we apply that? I just don't understand. Do we apply that to any other murder? I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this where they apply this degree of, like, support to anybody else who murders people. You're too blinded by your prejudice. No, but you have to explain, like, you have to explain what your stance is. Like, saying I have some sort of prejudice towards someone who murdered their 3 children doesn't make any sense. Like, you're not actually, like, positing a position. So until you do that, like, I don't know what you're saying. Was the aspects of the system failing here where she expressed she was going to hurt her kids? Is there an argument that a system failed her? Like, I just don't... I'm trying to figure this out. Like, I really would love to understand where... And where's the... What do you mean prejudice? Like, I love how you attribute some degree of, like, negative attribute to me. You're going to attribute a negative attribute to me for judging a woman who fucking murdered 3 children. Like, that's baloney, dude. That's genuine fucking baloney. And stupid. Like, unless you, like, actually bring up, like, some good argument, I don't know what you're talking about. And it's incredibly, like, out there. So the legitimate argument is that the mental health system failed Lindsay Clancy, and the trial has actually produced evidence supporting parts of that argument. But the viral version, she told her doctors she was going to kill her kids and they sent her home, is not accurate. The key distinction is this. She did tell her husband and mother that she was having thoughts about harming the children. In December 2022, Lindsay nervously told Patrick Clancy and her mother, Paula Musgrove, that she was having thoughts of harming the kids. Patrick described them as intrusive thoughts and said Lindsay did not believe that she needed to be separated from the children. Her mother likewise did not believe the children were in immediate danger, but apparently that information never reached the psychiatrists who were treating her. Her outpatient psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, testified that she did not know Lindsay had told Patrick that she was thinking about harming the children. When asked what she would have done had she known, Tufts said that she would have been very concerned and that hospitalization, potentially police intervention if the children were in immediate danger, could have been appropriate. And when Lindsay was actually questioned by clinicians, she generally denied homicidal thoughts. Okay. And when Lindsay was actually questioned by clinicians, she generally denied homicidal thoughts or an intention to hurt her children. At McLean Hospital, Dr. Aaliyah Goodhart testified that Lindsay specified denied thoughts of harming other people and was not exhibiting signs of psychosis. So there was a doctor sitting there saying, she says she's going to kill her children, but so there wasn't a doctor sitting there saying, she says she's going to kill her children, but let's send her home anyway. Where the system failed, her argument gets much stronger, though. Lindsay gives off a remarkable number of other warning signs. During the fall and winter of 2022, she was struggling with severe insomnia, anxiety, and depression. She was making suicidal statements. At one point, she wrote to a provider that she felt frighteningly numb and essentially felt like she could die and didn't care. Another time, she told a provider that she was desperate and needed help. On December 15th, her psychiatric nurse practitioner believed Lindsay's condition had become serious enough to recommend a higher level of care and inpatient evaluation because of persistent suicidal thoughts. Lindsay went to a Massachusetts General Hospital where inpatient McLean treatment. Okay, let me just interrupt this by saying, like, based on this sort of argument, I could see, like, a system failing her if she were to have taken her own life, and that's it, right? I could see a system failing her where she reached out for help for herself, which it seems like that was the general premise of the manner in which they were treating her mental health, right? I could see that. But, like, where exactly we're extending this olive branch to, like, the idea that that a woman can, like, murder, kill, take, like, definitive time over the course of, like, premeditative strangulation, like, it is somehow okay towards children's years 5, 3, and fucking 8 months. I don't even know, like, the argument like in favor of her is almost just like, it's like dehumanizing of the children. It's like completely, I don't know, it's just like fucking crazy to me. You commit murder, you cross the line, nothing else matters, unfortunately. Plain and simple, it's unforgivable. Well, right, like, where, like, I can kind of understand if a system, like, when I hear a system's failed somebody, I think of, like, a veteran who comes back from the war, doesn't get any fucking help, you know what I mean, and then drinks himself into a stupor, then shoots himself in the head, and it's like, clearly a system has failed him in his, like, PTSD or whatever. A mother who comes out of, like, is in, like, a psychosis or, like, postpartum depression, all that kind of stuff, and has been getting treatment, and I could see it failed if all she did was throw herself out of that window and ended up with a broken spine. And now, you know, I would look at her with sympathy. I'm like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I mean, like, clearly there was a degree of, like, hormonal imbalances or whatever from the giving of birth and maybe the isolation of home or the relationship or whatever that, or maybe even the medication she was on long term and the mixing of, or maybe alcohol involved. All sorts of questions there that, yes, it seems some system may have failed her. But then what about the extending the, you know, those same thoughts over to her children? Did the system fail her children? The mother failed the children. I don't even understand. And you have to face the consequences of those actions whenever the pain you wrought onto other people are exactly that, like pain brought on to others. You have to suffer consequences for that. You know what I mean? I just can't wrap my fucking head around it. 3 lives and you still get to live and be taken care of. Yeah, it's just like, war veterans off their families too. Yeah, no, I'm sure they do, but I mean, and I'm not like, and like I said, they face the consequences for those actions. If they were to kill their wife, their kids, and themselves, I would say, fuck them, Maybe not even if he didn't kill himself, say he survived, like I say, go to fucking jail forever, or the death penalty. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would extend the same degree of, like, law against that person, but it's just very strange to me, this, like, I don't know. I can't even wrap my head around, like, having any sort of sympathy towards a murderer like this, you know? It wasn't, like, in defense. It wasn't, like, the children had been torturing her or something, like, you know what I mean? Like, these are just innocent creatures that she gave birth to, that she was there to protect, and she just did, like, the absolute opposite of. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's fucked. It's definitively fucked. Like, she may have been in some, like, absolute fucking other perspective of reality. She may have, like, existed outside of her own body, I guess. I don't know, but it's just fucked beyond belief. When shit like that happens, you need to remove it from society. You need to get it the fuck out of here. And that's the difference for us, is I have sympathy for people struggling with their own brains. No, that's not what I said. You don't listen. I said that I do have sympathy for people struggling, and I would have sympathy for her if it was only herself that got hurt. But she murdered 3 fucking innocent children. Like, come on. Like, what are you talking? Like, why? Like, okay, you can. I don't know what. Like, where do you get this? Like, and then the fact that, like, so many people want to take, like, some high ground in this. Like, there's some sort of social high ground to be had here. Like, she murdered her kids. Like, can we all be in agreement that that's fucked beyond belief? Like, what the fuck? And she needs to face consequences? Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what are you talking about? I don't have sympathy for people. Like, you have no idea. Fucking clueless. The cameraman turns to run, but only makes it 3 short steps before the thing that used to be Officer Williams covers the distance in one bound and drives him down into the gravel. There is a brief, frantic struggle, and a single choked scream, then the wet flesh tearing sounds of... Mine isn't conditional. We all feel bad for the kids, but I also feel bad for her. Let's think. She was fucked up in the head. She tried to get help, and nobody really knew or was aware within the medical system that she was going to hurt her kids. Like, but then the question is, like, if it was her husband or her mother, like, they're not, necessarily, like, I mean, imagine that you're dealing with, like, a daughter, a wife who's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm having a bad day. Here we go. I don't know. I might hurt them, or something like that, or like, I've had enough of them. I can't fucking sleep. Like, how do you even deal with that? You kind of just try to, like, brush things under the rug. So, I don't know, to, like, shift blame onto some, like, external system, I guess it's just a fucked situation all around. And unfortunately, she's a murderer, and, like, whatever her mental state is, like, I genuinely believe that she wasn't in some degree of psychosis or out of her own control. I think she murdered these kids and had control of herself. Like, that's, yeah. Feeling bad for someone doesn't excuse murder, though. But that's, I don't know, that's just like the sensation that you get from whenever you observe it from the outsider's perspective, is that there's just... It's like these people, like, see themselves in the woman, like they're going, like at one day it could be them that kill their fucking kids. It's like, what the fuck? Maybe I'm completely off base on that, but that's, I don't know. It just seems like people are, like, somehow placing their perspective into the same scenario. But I had one of the worst postpartum depressions my doctor have ever seen. I started listening to Joel, and that helped me. Now my little girl loves for some Joel too. Oh, that's good to hear. She admitted that she told any medical professional that she did not have homicidal thoughts. How can a system fail if she's actively lying to them? Well, that's a good point too. If, like, they didn't have that information, then there's not necessarily a system. It's like, I do believe, based on this information that we have, that she was in her right mind, or, like, in a relative mind, that led to homicide, and she has to face homicidal consequences, And yeah. And then listen, I guess objectively speaking, I'm not trying to argue with you about this. Like, I do feel, I genuinely do feel Like, the whole situation is just disgusting. But I don't think she deserves a lesser sentence, like whether it's death penalty or whether it's life in prison times a million. Like, she killed her kids. It's fucked. Go to jail. Families aren't excused from the system. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know, man. But I guess there's no, like, you know, legal precedent set for, like, a family member failing to tell a system that would actually intervene that their family is homicidal. Because if you're a mom, like, are you really going to be like, oh, my crazy daughter saying some crazy shit? I just, you know, like, you know, you're probably not going to go out of your way to get them, like, jailed because it's just terrifying, right? The kids had no choice. She did. I mean, that's exactly right. And I don't know. I guess objectively speaking, I don't really know what anyone's really arguing at this point. It seems like we're in all agreement that she killed the kids by her own accord, and yeah, we can feel bad about it. And then she has to see consequences for it. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't, you know, maybe I came into this a little bit fiery. I apologize. Yeah, but she has to see consequences for it, and I hope she does. That's it, you know.
There is a brief, frantic struggle, and a single choked scream, then the wet, flesh-tearing sounds of a throat being torn out. The handheld camera lands. The handheld camera lands lens up in the dirt, still recording. For several seconds, it captures only the empty highway, but soon, the slow circling figure of the newborn beast turns its face toward the moon, and as the feed fades to black, it begins to howl. As the footage draws to a close, the VCR's internal gears begin clicking and whirring. The tape is gently ejecting, sliding free with a delicate click before the faceless man. And that's the thing, you can understand and sympathize with mental illness to a degree, but when there's a real-life horrific actions that take place, those consequences, and doesn't matter. Yeah, because, I mean, I don't really see any sympathy, or I've never, you know, for me, I've never extended sympathy to serial killers. I've never extended a lot of sympathy at all, really, to, like, anyone who's murdered anyone outside of, I guess, like, self-defense or something like that, you know what I mean? So in this scenario, I don't really perceive the situation as some sort of, obviously it's not, you know, I can't even make a sarcastic joke pertaining to any of it, you know, to, like, because sometimes people can, but you know, this is just too serious, man. It's just too disgusting. It's too vile. It's too demonic, you know, it's too evil. Like, all of it, like, she needs to be taken away from the world. The tape is gently ejecting, sliding free with a delicate click before the faceless man rises. He reaches for the cassette, removing it with a gentle and practiced precision. He then lowers it into its box and snaps it closed. The faceless man then steps back into the library as the great and terrible thing above him utters a series of staccato grunts. He raises his featureless visage upward, then issues a single, slow nod in the thing's direction. He then begins walking again, following the slithering sound of the thing above him as it guides him toward the next. Wait, so there's like a creature? Also, it kind of makes me wonder, I want to ask Sam if, like, the people that showed up to, like, take the footage, if maybe they work for wherever this guy is. It was refreshing to hear your opinions, takes, and thought process. People often ramble about nonsense, support BS takes, no common sense or logic anymore. I think you're being a voice of reason. I mean, I'm trying not to be, like, wildly divisive about it either, because I don't think this needs to be turned into a, like, left versus right, or like a woman versus man sort of, like, typical
black and white scenario, but, you know, within the bounds of the legal system that have been derived from like a sense of morals, I don't, you know, think that she deserves any sympathy for whatever the prosecution or the judge decides to lay upon her for murdering 3 of her own blood. You know, it's just like these are innocent angel kids, you know, just going about their life, and all of a sudden they're just in some hell. Can you imagine being one of the kids up there, like listening to you, like not knowing what's going on? It's just like too much. It's just way too much. He then begins walking again, following the slithering sound of the thing above him as it guides him toward the next set of tapes. The next of the tapes. I don't know why I was going to say said, sorry. I want to get all the words right. He then begins walking again, following the slithering sound of the thing above him as it guides him toward the next of the tapes. For most people, harming their children would be the last thing they ever do. Yeah, I mean, like if I ever had kids or ever hurt them, like I can't even imagine, man. I can't even imagine for a second. But I don't know, you know, I'm curious too. She was on so many medications, right? Like how many was she on? Did they say how many medications she was on? I think with your real brain, not your conditioned one, and be for real, that's all it takes. It's free and easy. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, like some people, I mean, I saw some of this shit and I'm not, you know, it's probably, I mean, I like to imagine they're like fringe takes, but I see some people like arguing it's actually the husband. It's actually the husband because she was a Leo, he's a Gemini. Gemini are murderers. And it's just like, what fucking delusional existence do you have to be in to arrive at the position that somehow the husband was the murderer in this? Like, it's just like, just please just leave us alone. So the number repeatedly cited in trial is 13. Holy fuck. 13 different psychiatric medications prescribed to Lindsay Clancy during roughly the 13 medications over the course of 4 months. Holy shit. From September 22 through January 2023, court records reviewed by the Boston Globe show that she received more than 30 individual prescriptions because some drugs were prescribed more than once or at different doses. Dude, you can only imagine, like, what... Look at this shit. 13 reportedly drugs include Zoloft, Seroquel, Valium, Klonopin, Ativan, holy fuck, Lamictal, Trazodone, Buspirone, and Benadryl. Oh my god. She probably, the fucking Hat Man. The goddamn Hat Man was probably telling her to just, like, do it. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? That is so many medications. I mean, she has to see consequences for actions, but I think as a nation, maybe we should start thinking about how freely they just start, like, dishing out fucking random shit that alters your entire interpretation of reality, just, like, so willy-nilly. Oh yeah, here's a pill, here's a fucking pill, here's a pill that actually, if you stop taking it, you get the shakes, and you get brain zaps, and you can never get off of it, and if you do, you go fucking insane, and honk shulapine. Yeah, exactly. Like literally one of the medications I took to fall asleep one night, and I like saw a spider crawl across my fucking ceiling that was like ethereal, you know, and that was just one, like, that's given to you like from over the counter. Bro, fuck me, man. I'll be honest, I would never hurt my kid, but I had postpartum, and during the long nights of feeding and all the crying, my thoughts were bad places, but I never let it get past that. Yeah, no, Jesus, at least I didn't give you fucking not even 13, 30. Like, over the course of 4 months, like, at any given time, she was probably coming off, like, some sort of withdrawal symptoms from one drug and jumping right into the next drug. Dude, fuck the psychiatric system, dude. It fucks people up more than
More than the fucking pregnancy. Holy shit. I knew could fix broken tapes by cutting out the damaged scotch tape it back. No crack. That's what she probably should have been on. I take that for my epilepsy, my friend for her bipolar, me trying to avoid taking it at night because a lot of chemicals. I understand the mood swings. I mean, Jesus Christ, 30 of them though. Like, even if she had some like baseline mental health shit, like, oh my God. I don't know, dude. We exist in a strange time. Nah, she was fine. She was fine with 30 medications over the... Oh, Jesus. I don't know, bro. Honestly, what they should do in the trial, if they really want to make some headway as far as the defense goes for like the psychosis, is they need to go after the pharmaceutical companies and like clearly defining the side effects of like that much medication. I'm actually curious. Has the defense done anything to argue about the number of medications she was on to cause the psychosis? Because if they do this, dude, this could be like a huge precedent set for like, you know, the prescription of, you know, so much fucking random ass pills. Just reach in there and grab one, you'll be fine. There's a difference between postpartum depression and psychosis. Yeah, and I'm just thinking like, I don't think she got that. I literally don't think if she did have some sort of psychotic episode at this point. Okay, so yes, the defense has directly argued that Lindsay Clancy's medication treatment may have helped push her into a psychotic state, although their argument is a little more nuanced than simply 13 medications cause psychosis. Defense attorney Kevin Reddington overall theory has been undiagnosed bipolar/postpartum illness, repeated medication changes by multiple providers, medications that could worsen the underlying condition, worsening insomnia and mental instability, and then postpartum psychosis. He has repeatedly described Lindsay as an over-medicated and argued that a cocktail of psychiatric drugs contributed to her deterioration. CBS summarized that defense position as claiming that several prescription medications sparked a postpartum psychosis. One of the most revealing exchanges happened when Reddington cross-examined Lindsay's psychiatrist, Dr. Jennifer Tufts. They were discussing increasing Lindsay's antidepressant amitriptyline. Reddington essentially asked, "That pushed her over the edge, didn't it?" Just imagine like just asking like, "That pushed her over the edge, didn't it?" And then the person like, of course, this person who fucking like, oh dude, oh my god, dude. The psychiatrist probably thinks that they need to like protect their ass because like that many fucking medications and they're not like aware of it. Like, can you imagine? Oh my god, bro. Dude, the family of Lindsay or whatever is probably gonna sue the shit out of Jennifer Tufts or like some fucking pharmaceutical company if she were to have said in court, yeah, it probably was that specific medication, or yeah, that might have been a little bit much. But she replied by saying, I don't think so. I don't know. 30 medications. I figure we just try anything. You know what I mean? So yes, he explicitly trying to establish medication as a contributing cause. Why the bipolar diagnosis matters so much. This is probably the defense's strongest medical argument regarding medication. Their experts believe Lindsay actually suffered from bipolar disorder, which her treating clinicians didn't diagnose at the time. Instead, she was treated primarily for depression, anxiety, and insomnia, including with antidepressants. There is a recognized concern that antidepressants can destabilize some people with bipolar disorder, particularly when they're not receiving an appropriate mood stabilizer. See, you got to get all the right ones. You got to take your M&Ms with the Skittles, and then you got to make sure you get your licorice in there. Hey, Runner Chick, thank you for the 10. Thank you. My neurologist told me we don't talk about it because money needs to be made, but 85% of pharma has lemon in it. It helps prevent cancer. You won't eliminate cancer with it, but you can prevent. What are you talking about? There was talk that the psychiatrist was not properly trained. Oh, God. Her husband's going to be making bank suing the doctors, pharmaceutical companies. That's honestly, that's like the big follow-up to this case is like she's probably going to jail. I don't know, actually. But if they can establish like some degree of her not going to jail because of like the cocktail of medications, then I feel like that opens up a whole fucking can of worms for the husband
to go after these. They are in the civil case. Okay. I've heard people were also trying to say the husband did it and framed her. Yeah, I mean, I get like probably asking him a bunch of questions, like but I mean, like whenever I saw somebody run through it, it was like he went to the store, and then basically while he was at the store, which they have footage of him doing it, he would have had to have run a 4-minute mile home, right? A 4-minute mile, which is like a record, right? He would have had to run a record-setting pace back home to then strangle his kids and then run a record-setting pace back to the store, all the while like not sweating or basically be a superhuman to make any of that happen. So like the argument against the husband is just like retarded, which is fine. A lot of people on TikTok are retarded. Was amitriptyline, I have that medication for migraine prevention. I mean, it's all sorts of stuff. I just don't like pharmaceutical stuff at all, man. I'm not saying the husband did it, but he also was the only one home when sketchy stuff was searched. I mean, wasn't he at the store? Doesn't he have an alibi at the store when she killed him and then came home? So, I mean, I think he has the alibi at the store, and I think they have footage of him in the store, right? It's the way we treat the psychological conditions with physical medications. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't think, like, you know, people like to think that the pharmaceutical companies have everything about the human body figured out, but I definitively think the one thing that we do not have figured out is the brain, you know, as far as medications goes. This was before the incident. Alright, reported that the defense contends clinicians continue to prescribe medication that could be exacerbated Lindsay's symptoms contributed to postpartum psychosis. That's much more medically specific than merely saying she took too many pills. The defense theory is more like doctors were treating the wrong illness, and some of the treatments for the illness they thought she had may have aggravated the illness she actually had, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, wait. So is there any credence to the husband having done it? She took her kids to a doctor appointment that there was searches on the home computer during that time. What? Why were they searching their computer? My neuropsychologist was a hot 25-year-old blonde with a nose ring. If that helps, they're not rocket scientists. These kids whose parents could afford college, that's it. Yeah, and I mean, they're just graduating anybody at this fucking point, and they're just like, yeah, we're just going to give you a little bit of this purple one, and I like the color of this one. It's got a cool blue stripe on it. And you're just going to be a guinea pig forever, and hopefully you don't shoot up a school or kill your kids. Good luck. Both sides agreed Lindsay killed the children. Okay, so both the defense and the prosecution agrees that Lindsay killed the children. Her own defense is not arguing that Patrick did it. Their case is that Lindsay strangled the children while psychotic and therefore would not criminally responsible. Lindsay has described the killings herself to multiple psychiatric experts. Patrick's whereabouts during the critical period are corroborated. Jurors were shown surveillance footage of him at CVS. Okay, we got that. And employees from both CVS and the restaurant testified concerning his errands. Lindsay actually communicated with Patrick while he was at CVS at around 5:35 p.m. He called because the children's medication they wanted wasn't available. Lindsay called back about a minute later and said, hey, I'm going to kill them all, and told him the generic version was fine. Other people interacted with Lindsay around this period as well. The CVS and restaurant testimony was introduced in part to establish that what was happening while Patrick was away. The CVS restaurant testimony was Patrick returned home, initially found Lindsay injured between the bedroom window, beneath the bedroom window, called 911 and didn't even know the children were dead yet. After responders arrived to help Lindsay, he went downstairs looking for the kids. The jury heard his reaction in real time on the 911 recording as he discovered them and began screaming that Lindsay had killed them. The defense has attempted to implicate him, hasn't attempted to implicate him. Well, that's good. In fact, Patrick testified for both the prosecution and the defense used his testimony to support his argument about Lindsay's deteriorating mental health and failures in her treatment. She took her kids to a doctor appointment, and there were searches on the home computer during that time. Still struggling with the effects it had on my nervous system. Internet history to rule out premeditation. Okay. Didn't you study nursing? Lindsay was an L&D nurse. Which is crazy because, like, I always thought the L&D nurses were always like the nicest ones, but how the fuck did she get so many damn medications in her fucking system? Like, what was her, I'm really wondering, like, what was she like throughout all this? Was it over the course of the 3 children that just completely wrecked her? Like, after one medication, was she mixing it with alcohol? Like, I don't fucking know, man. I agree she killed the kids, but the husband is also sketchy. I feel like he was not against it after those internet searches, but I'm not an expert. What are the internet searches? What are the internet searches that they found on his computer? Like, after the fact? Lazy but talented thing. Welcome to the Butterstock Call. You have access to bonus content. They overprescribe medication to anyone, including kids. They want us addicted to prescription drugs. My daughter went to the hospital with pain in her abdomen, and they gave her oxycodone when she was 16. Yeah, dude, they just want to get the kickbacks, I imagine. Or they're just like trained to fucking hand it out like candy. If you mean Patrick Clancy's Microsoft Surface Pro, investigators did find some noteworthy searches on it, but the important caveat is that they could not establish who was actually using the laptop for every search. It was Patrick's computer, but Lindsay also apparently used it. The searches discussed at trial included what to do when a psychiatrist overprescribed. Oh, interesting. Searches for Lamictal. Can bipolar disorder be temporary? Can benzos reveal bipolar disorder? I mean, dude, just the withdrawals from benzos will drive a fucking person crazy. My one friend was on Ativan just like casually for sleep, and when he went off of it, like he went fucking, I mean, he's good now, but he went like nuts with the withdrawals by like not getting any sleep, and that's just one medication. How long are detox programs? Oh my god, yeah, exactly. What is DBT? Comparison involving Lamictal and Zoloft. What is mania? Ketamine for benzo withdrawal. Ketamine therapy. Damn. Oh my god. There was also a much more controversial piece of evidence on August 23rd, 2022. The Surface Pro accessed a webpage called Suicide Methods, but testimony showed the route to that page was unusual. Someone listened to country singer Tom T. Hall, Googled him, opened his Wikipedia page, clicked the information about his death by suicide, then followed a hyperlink that led to the Suicide Methods page. And this is where Patrick enters the issue. Patrick testified that he was the one looking up Tom T. Hall because he liked his music and said he accidentally followed the suicide-related link while reading about Hall's death. The computer was also logged into Patrick's Google account around that period, while the Facebook account involved appeared connected to Lindsay, so the forensic evidence did not conclusively identify which spouse was behind every click. One thing that sometimes gets distorted online, investigators were specifically asked whether Patrick's computer contained searches such as ways to kill. The investigator answered no. And so if you saw a TikTok saying Patrick's laptop had searches for how to kill his family, how to murder his kids, this is not what the trial evidence showed. Okay, can we agree on that? The searches on his computer were overwhelmingly about psychiatric treatment, bipolar disorder medications, benzodiazepine withdrawal, and suicide with disputed authorship. The more disturbing explicit searches like how to slit your throat or to die, schizophrenia, hallucinations, and psychosis were associated with Lindsay's phone search history and not established as Patrick's searches. All right, dude, the fact that this guy, this husband has been getting so much shit after like losing basically his entire life and all of his children murdered by his own wife, like, dude, I hope he sues the shit out of everybody. Like, everybody who pushed like a bunch of bullshit to make him look bad and probably get harassed and all this kind of stuff. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, it's like a living hell. Like, imagine that. Your children are murdered by your wife, and then somehow people just want to, like, a bunch of people want to say it's your fucking fault. That's chaos. Electronic medical billing makes it possible to see all the medications they prescribe. Yeah. And she had multiple psychiatrists. That's the only way I can see them being remotely possible. I imagine. Probably went to different places. Can I have this? Can I have that? Turmeric is excellent for your immune system inflammation, but yes, it's an accessory to the elderberry, which is more direct. Interesting. Alright, guys. Sad story. Fucked up all around. Glad we learned something. Fuck. Whole system's fucked. 16 for oxycodone is crazy. When I gave birth, they gave it to me, and I was barely conscious, and I couldn't have anyone until they called me loudly 5 times, and eyes weren't open. Yeah, it's crazy too. If you're like giving birth, like, wouldn't that get into your like breast milk or whatever? He's a Gemini. He did it.
Soon you guys are gonna say that I'm a fucking murderer. Alright guys, so this video about Cops Lost Episodes, Lost Tapes Volume 3 is gonna go up on YouTube bonus content as well as Patreon's $5 and up tier. So we'll get that edited up on there as soon as we can. But otherwise tomorrow is a compilation video. Pills aren't necessary to help your feelings. If you do have psychosis or schizophrenia, that's entirely another subject. Yeah, I don't even really know how people treat it. Like, I understand that they do pills for that stuff, but it's like, even if I was having some crazy shit happen to me, I think I would just avoid medications at all fucking cost. Oh, no gifted. Sorry, Saxia. Good point. I forgot. Excuse me. What the hell was that? Was that you guys? Was that Lindsay Clancy? Am I a Gemini? Apparently, I have to be told every fucking stream how much of a Jiminy Glickini I am. There is a bit of a delay on this stream, that's crazy. Okay. So, let's see here. Membership gifting. Joel, can we read something nice before we go? Like the morning paper? Like a Playboy magazine or Playgirl, whatever. I generally think psychiatrists are some of the most evil people. I mean, I've seen like random clips of people just going into like any psychiatrist, and like it's always like something like, okay, hello, yeah, we're going to give you like 5 grams of molectatol and honxulapine, and then we're going to come back and tell us how you feel. It's just like, I literally think it's just like the most open-ended bullshit. And if you could probably prove in court the sort of incentivization structure for those like doctors to just overprescribe shit while like essentially not being aware of like the detriment that you're doing to people's brains. Sounds like we got a pretty big class action lawsuit that I imagine the pharmaceutical companies have already taken into consideration. Telehealth makes it even easier. It's crazy. The Gemini Snicket. Well, there you go, guys. There's some gifted, so you can listen to it when we get that up and edited, and you can listen to the old stuff too. Hopefully at some point we'll make a big ass like Cops video for like the normal channel. Just like take it all together, make a compilation. That'd be freaking cool. Probably give it a while though. Tell us a bedtime story, Joel. Make it juicy. You're a Gemini. You're gifted at making shit up. I know, I'm gifted at killing everyone around me at all times. No, literally, it's insane. It's possible if you don't take them, you'll be locked up. Crazy, dude. That actually sounds just like a fucking hell. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, the husband of that woman eventually gets prescribed those medications and locked up himself. Sent to TikTok jail. Some ASMR before you go. Give me some bedtime ASMR stuff to read quick. Oh boy. The Gemini Joel 5000 pill. Alright, you guys ready for this bullshit? And then we're going to bed, okay? The room is quiet now. The lights are low. There's nothing you need to solve tonight. You can let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw relax. Let your breathing become slower without forcing it. Outside, everything can keep moving without you. Cars pass, people can stay awake, the world can carry on for a little while. You don't have to keep track of anything. Imagine rain tapping softly against a window. Not heavy rain, just a steady, distant rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Your bed feels a little warmer. Your pillow feels a little softer. Every few seconds your thoughts become less important. If a thought appears, you don't have to finish it. Just let it drift past. Tomorrow can have tomorrow. Right now, there is only this room, this blanket, this breath, and the quiet.
Your eyes are getting heavier. You're allowed to stop thinking now. Nothing else needs your attention tonight. Just rest.